The Meeples and Miniatures podcast is sponsored by Two Fat Lardies, and also the generous donations of you, the listener. Many thanks goes to Tobias Whiting, Marcus Wheeler, Keith Erickson, Glenn Oberhauser, David Chikowsin, Peter Millen, and Alex McIntosh. Guys, thank you so much for your generous donations. The Meeples and Miniatures podcast, episode 181, Mortem Et Glorium, with hosts Neil Shuck Mike Hobbs, Mike Whitaker and Dave Luff, and guest Simon Hall. Hello and welcome to another episode of the Meeples and Miniatures podcast. I'm Neil Shuck, and once again I'm joined by the entire Meeples crew. This is just getting far too much of a habit. First off, hello to the Welsh wizard himself, Mr. Michael Hobbs. Hello, mate.
Good evening, Neil. How are you? Are you well?
Asshole. Other than that, I'm all right, mate. Yeah, not too bad at all. Yeah, how you doing? You all right?
I'm fine, mate. Yes, all good.
Good. And, of course, then we have the Phantom Cake Snatcher himself, Mr. Michael Whitaker.
Good evening.
Good evening. How's the cake?
Very nice.
Good. How are you doing? You all right?
Yeah, I'm good. Also busy, but good.
Excellent stuff. And we also have, is this a record? Is this the third show on the trot?
Possibly fourth.
Third show and about the fifth recording session.
Indeed. It's the Luffmeister.
No, tell a lie. Because various people cried off last week, didn't they?
Evening, guys.
So we record that again, so he gets an uninterrupted comment. Oh, okay.
No.
No.
He doesn't deserve it yet.
I don't deserve it.
I do not deserve it.
That would be nice to him.
Well, never mind.
It's the Luffmeister. Dave, hello, mate.
Good evening, Neil.
How you doing, mate? You all right?
The most civil member of the team. I'll ignore the other riffraff.
Riffraff?
Yes. I mean, we're
God,
gentlemen.
I'm struck with a sudden thought of Meeples do Rocky Horror.
Oh, no.
Oh, the idea of you, Mike, in stocking suspenders is not a good one.
Well, I was going considering more, how do you do? I hope you've met my faithful handyman, Mr. Lottle with a paintbrush.
Oh, dear.
Yeah, well, at least we now know what we're doing for Halloween.
Oh, dear God.
I'll just stay quiet that I'm probably going to see Rocky Horror again later this year.
You are.
Again.
And you're going to, you don't like the show, you just like wearing the stilettos, don't you?
That's my all day wear. I mean, I usually dress down for Rocky Horror.
Very good.
And on that vision, dear listener, let's move swiftly on.
Moving swiftly along, Neil.
I think this show is going rapidly downhill and we've only just started.
Indeed. And haven't we got a packed programme for you this evening? Right, the main part of the show, we are speaking to Simon Hall, author of New Ancient Rules, Mortem Et Glorium, and had a fantastic chat with him, didn't we, Mike?
Yes, we did. It was so fantastic, I was completely stunned by it for at least 2 seconds there.
While he looked for his mute key. Yes.
I knew exactly where it was, under about 8 other windows.
Talking of which, yes, Mr. Whitaker coming from his brand new office, completely new to us, I'm sure we'll find out later. Anyway, but...
Oh, I dare say you might.
Right, okay, so, yes, we had a really good chat with Simon Hall, and that was actually, quite a long chat with Simon Hall, actually. Really good guest. Really nice bloke to chat to. So that'll be coming up later. On top of that, we have all our usual segments. So we're going to be chatting a little bit about what we've been getting up to, and we did all sorts of stuff. So lots to talk about then. And we've also got shed loads of news to talk about, and actually a couple of, I think news might be quite unusual because it's not going to be talking about what's on the blog, but other bits and pieces that have come up in the last 48 hours, plus, discussing a couple of topics that listeners have, emailed in about. So, lots and lots to get on with. I suppose you better go to a message from our sponsor and then come back and then come straight back. Yes, guys?
Yes, Neil.
Okay.
Yes, Neil.
Yes, Neil.
Get on with it.
In a few minutes, we'll be back after this word from our sponsor.
I must get through to Sergeant Watson's position. Jenkins, cover me.
Sir.
Whoa. Sergeant Watson, bring your men in. Withdraw.
It's all right, sir. We're enjoying ourselves.
What?
Yes, sir. It's these here chain of command rules, sir. We're having great fun.
Chain of command?
That's right, sir. It's a challenging but fun blend of command and control. It gives me the freedom I want to fight the way I want to. Never had so much fun, sir. And we've cooked you some sausages. Can't be helped, sir. Me and the lads are staying put.
Chain of command, World War II, platoon level rules from two fat laddies. They really put you in control. And they're even better than sausages.
What have we been playing? What have we been buying? We might even have painted something. The Meeples and Miniatures crew reveal all. Okay, so what have we been up to? Whose turn is it to start? Is it my turn to start?
It probably is. You know, we really should decide that in the bit before you hit record.
That's far too organised.
Yeah. We'll never be that organised, Mike.
Go on, Neil.
Okay.
Big news, Neil.
Right, okay, so you may have noticed my blog updates and everything have been a little bit more sporadic than usual over the last couple of weeks. I've been trying to keep up with things, but life is currently getting a little bit complicated for all the right reasons, and that is because my son Josh is going to work for Spartan Games. Woohoo! Indeed, yeah.
Can he get us a discount?
Can he get us a discount? I bloody well hope so. Well, put it this way, on the wages he's going to be on with everything else, he's not going to be able to afford to use a discount, so I'm hoping it's transferable.
You could always offer to supplement his income in exchange for figures.
Yeah, yes, you give me figures, I'll give you food. Sounds good to me. Right, no, so, Josh actually went for an interview, 3-4 weeks ago now, for an apprenticeship at Spartan Games. And he got it, which was a nice pleasant surprise in a lot of ways. And the fact that all of a sudden one and only son is leaving home makes for some quite interesting conversations and stuff at the moment. Let's just say, Mum isn't very happy. Never mind. Little boy's moving away. He wasn't meant to be moving away, but there we go. Anyway, we've pretty much got everything in place. We've got him somewhere to live, which is always a good thing. We've sorted out transport, what have you. We will, well, by the time you've heard this, we will actually have a start date.
we've got to go down and finalise all the paperwork and get everything sorted and get a start date. We think it's going to be somewhere around about the 23rd of October. So if you order from Spartan after the 23rd of October, there's a fair chance that Josh might be one of the people who's packing your orders, amongst other things.
So if it's not right, complain to Neil.
Oh, thanks for that, Mike. Suffice it to say, as you can probably appreciate, due to that upheaval, things like, painting figures and stuff like that has gone a little bit by the by. I've been trying to do some blog updates, but I'm kept up with things every day because we've been, we've been doing a lot of travelling to and from Somerset and various other bits and pieces. So, other than that, I've been playing some games with Dave, but we'll come on to that when Dave will share what he's been up to, because we can talk about that then. So that's about me, really.
So, Neil, before we sort of jump onto Dave, I mean, obviously it's...
Jump onto me?
Well, yeah.
Hold on!
We just want you to know that, we're your friends, and this is going to be a hard time for you. Your young son, leaving home, moving out, and, you and Josh were getting very close, and you've been playing lots of games together, like X-Wing and Guild Ball and all that. So it's going to be a very sad time for you.
You've reminded me I've lost my Planetfall partner. I've lost my Guild Ball partner.
Yeah.
Oh, if it makes you happy, I'll take one for the team. I'll play some sci-fi with you, Neil.
But, Neil,
witness.
Yep.
Oh, no. Yes.
The big question, Neil, that we need to know is, have you measured up his room yet to see if you could fit a table in there?
Oh, that's a point. Could we have a second Meeples miniature bunker?
That's an excellent question.
You've got to go and work for Spartan because we're moving your bed out and putting the gaming table in.
Do you have to nobly sacrifice the bedroom in the interest of domestic harmony?
What's the phrase? Watch this space.
Now, obviously, you need to give it a decent amount of time before you do strip his bedroom out completely and turn it into a games room.
Just in case. Yeah.
I would give it 6-7 hours, Mike. What do you reckon?
That
Maybe.
long?
I might say 24, but that's only because you need time to buy all the stuff that needs to go in.
Yeah.
The day I moved,
Amazon only do 1 day turnaround, so.
the day I moved out my mum and dad's house, my brother was moving the stuff in while I was still taking my stuff out my big bedroom. So there you go.
Yes. It's an excellent question and well presented. I think at the moment is, in an effort to maintain some sort of domestic harmony, if I attempted to do that, I think I'd be lynched. However,
a very, very wise man.
Give it 6 months and everything may change.
What I do is take the bed out and change it to a futon first.
Doing it by stealth.
Yeah, stealth.
Indeed.
Yeah.
Ooh, how did that gaming table get in there?
Yeah.
Oh, it was
don't want
rude.
to do. Make sure you don't put any sort of gym equipment in or anything like that, because you'll never get it back then.
Oh yeah, that's it. Yeah, finished.
No, the treadmill's in the shed and has been for years. That was a really useful boy.
Move a small bar into the corner with some real ale in it, just to start getting the idea. Possibly.
Couple of beer crates. Yeah, I know you.
Yeah.
Right. And on that note, I think we'll pass over to somebody else.
Yeah, are we done rearranging Neil's house for him, do you think?
If nothing else, I mean, it has its good sides and its downside. It now means that basically I won't get somebody wrecking my paintbrushes by going, "Oh, Dad, I've just painted this."
Or do you mean you haven't got anyone to blame for wrecking your paintbrushes?
Oh,
that's a bit below the belt. That is,
but probably true.
Although it does mean that basically, I suppose I've got to kind of now buy him a big paint set just to kind of get him, because obviously he'll need something to do in the evenings.
Army Paint to do a very nice new one.
Yeah, I actually prefer the older one. The one with the 6 brushes in and the slightly brighter shades of it's the new one's actually quite. It's almost like it's quite kind of sci-fi World War II-y, whereas the old one is a bit more kind of brighter and fantasy-like.
You could send all your armies away down to Somerset to be painted now.
I'll give him well, hang on. Let me give him a few months to practice and actually get half decent at it. and then we'll see where we go from there. Because obviously, his painting's been a bit sporadic, but obviously, if he's painting every night, he's bound to get loads of practice, and he'll get quite good.
Oh, Neil, you're so naive. He's an 18-year-old kid. He's moving away for the first time. Of course, he's going to be sat in his bedroom painting figures all the time. He'll be down the pub.
There is a rather nice pub just around the corner.
Yeah.
Trouble is. And of course he's discovered that his favourite drink is cider, and he's moving to Somerset.
Not only that, he's moving to Shepton Mallet.
Oh,
yeah.
That is so great.
Quite interesting. I mean, even like we were driving around some of the country lanes because say, okay, this is your bike route into work, sort of thing, and driving past all these farms that are kind of going, apple juice for sale, alcoholic apple juice for sale.
Yeah.
Oh, carnage, mate! Absolute
dear
carnage.
Lord.
I'm hoping you can get me a ticket for Glasgow next year.
Oh yeah, because you might be able to get one for free.
Yeah.
What, resident?
Local area residents. They, I mean, up until recently, I know at least they were giving them away, weren't they? At some point.
Interesting.
Anyway,
Meeples at Glastonbury now.
Oh, dearie me!
Yeah, some of us stand more chance than others, depending on whether you want us on the stage or in the audience.
I'm too old. I'm too old for Glastonbury.
Get out of here! Be sick time.
We're definitely the right age. Get on the healing fields. Go check our rovers.
Oh, dearie me! Shall we move on?
Yes,
I think we should.
Yeah. Next? Anybody's going to go next? Who's going to dive in?
Show.
I'll go if you want.
Okay, Dave, go on then.
What have we been doing, Neil? We went to Derby, didn't we?
Went to the Derby show, didn't we? Yeah, Derby show, which was at the start of the month.
Yeah, it's all right, isn't it? It's rapidly becoming one of my favourite shows in some strange sort of way. Probably because it's right on our doorstep, possibly.
And that you didn't come to Hereward this year.
Oh, I know. Well, I had to go and I didn't have to go. I went to go and see my grandfather instead. So, yeah, I was tied between the two, honest. But yeah, I think the first impressions are it could be outgrowing its venue, Neil. What do you reckon? I mean, it was
packed, wasn't it? It was absolutely packed.
Yeah, I mean, the stalls they couldn't really got any more stalls in, could they? Any more traders at all?
No, I mean, when you look back over the last 2 or 3 years, and like when they first started, when they first moved to Donington, there was quite a bit of space between stalls and everything. This year, it felt decidedly cosy, didn't it? I mean,
6 foot, wasn't there at best? Sometimes less than that.
Yeah, it wasn't quite at warfare standards, but it wasn't that far off.
Yeah, pack them in.
I had pretty much kittens over the Hereward floor plan trying to get at least 6 foot between each set of tables and stalls. So,
I mean, it's quite difficult for them because they've got all those tournaments going on at the same time, which probably takes up nearly getting on to a third of the venue, if not nearly half. And obviously, those tables aren't always constantly utilised, but you can't just put them down, bring a few traders in, and then move them back out again, can you?
No. I mean, there's loads of traders there this year. Was it 85 traders there this year?
Something like that, yeah, it was about that now.
I don't know how much more that is than normal. It did seem that there were more there this year than there have been.
I had a lot of voices from, well, all over the country. I presume they were from all over the country and not just living in the Leicestershire area, but it makes it very easy being right bang smack on the M1 corridor for people from north and south to quite easily get to the show. Quite easily visitable, I suppose.
You actually play games, didn't you?
I actually played a game. I actually played 2 games, didn't I? I was firing cannons from the good ship Chlamydia. I was. Richard's new game.
I could almost have guessed that was Clarky from the ship name.
Yeah, the good ship Chlamydia. Yeah, that was actually firing its most accurate shots from all the way back in St Albans because he'd left it at home.
Shall we say it was a bit further off table than normal?
Yeah, that was a good hoot. Always having a game with Rich is always quite good. He didn't have the stick of truth with him, which I'm always very disappointed when he doesn't turn up with the stick of truth. But there you go. And then later on in the afternoon, I had a game of open combat now, didn't I, Neil, for the second time against your lad, Josh. Josh being Josh, I thought, well, he's going to want to go for fantasy because we had a choice. We could either do some historical or go for fantasy. So we went for fantasy, and well, I found that the game sat better with me as a fantasy game rather than a historical game.
Because the last time you played it against Paul Baldwin, wasn't it? Hello, Paul. And you played an historical game, didn't you?
Yeah. And the game didn't really... maybe it's just me. It probably is just me, but it didn't sit very well with me as a historical game. But when you start putting skeleton armies and war bands and heroes with an elf and a dwarf and what have you and a barbarian, all of a sudden the game seemed to sit a little bit better with me, and it was quite a good game actually. Yeah,
that's quite interesting because I mean you're essentially you're just skinning it, aren't you? It's open combat is open combat, so it's the way the figures put together and the abilities are sort of layered together. It's odd that you get a different feel having it as a fantasy game.
Yeah, I felt that some of the things that you can do in open combat, I always felt were in a historical game, and I didn't realise this until I played the other day, didn't really sit very well in a historical basis for me. But as soon as I started playing fantasy on that table, it seemed, the rule set and things that the characters could do or whatever just seemed to sit better with me. So that probably says something about how I game and how I play. But yeah, it was a strange, and Neil looked at me, got out when I got off the table, and that's the first thing I said to him, didn't you, Neil?
Yeah, other than the fact that, I quite enjoyed that, but you weren't quite so, because the last time you played it, you were a bit kind of, not sure about this.
Well, when I had Brave Vikings intimidating me and then running away, that really didn't sit very well with me.
No. Mr. Baldwin, you know who you are.
Yeah.
Intimidate, run away. Ooh.
Yeah.
Talk about playing the rules, not the period. I don't know.
Couldn't possibly comment. Yeah, maybe that's why it sits better as a fantasy game for me.
to be fair, as a generic rule set like what it is, it's probably the much better for playing it if you apply a set of constraints to the rules, like some fantasy thing, or actually picking a historical thing and actually requiring a certain degree of restricting what forces can do. You probably get a better game than you do if you play something completely open and generic.
Yeah, that's a good point. And it's
in the same way that I positively adore the mechanisms, but Quadrant 13, the Lardy's sci-fi rules, much as I love the system, doesn't really work on its own without you have a setting.
Yeah. Yeah, it's that's the thing with open combat. You literally have to put your own stamp on your warband, and maybe that's the thing is when you're given a warband at a show, it's not yours.
It's a system you could, for example, use for a fantasy skirmish campaign where you had devised a setting, and there was a story behind it.
Yeah,
and I think it would sit much better in those circumstances. That's not a criticism of the system, because we love the system and its people.
So after the show, what have we been doing after that? Since then, I'm doing loads of things that I can't talk about, so that's good, isn't it, for news? So I've been doing things, but we can't talk about them.
We'll get the thumb screws out later. Yeah. So there's two things on there I can't talk about, but the other thing was we did have a dabble with the Pocket Dungeon, didn't we? We had a dabble with that.
Quest.
Pocket Quest. That's it. Pocket Quest.
Yeah, which is a new kind of it's a 6mm dungeon bash, which kind of comes in its own MDF box. I think I talked about. I can't remember if I talked about it on the last show. Just saying, like, it looks really cool.
Yeah,
it does look really cool.
We did get it out of the box, and we did think it was quite amazing, didn't we? All the little corridors and rooms and what have you, and it all fits back in the box.
Yeah, I remember the comment. We were rolling some characters up, and you kind of went, "What did you say? I'm 10 years old again."
Yeah, that's right. Yeah, it's a good little game. Well, until we started reading the rules initially, the rules confused us a little bit, or the notebook, didn't it, as it comes in?
Yeah, yeah. Unfortunately, it does tend to fall down a bit, and when you get to the point of saying, right, brilliant, okay, right, we'll start. So, right, we've got our characters together. Let's go, and we'll play. And we hit our first encounter, and then what happens?
We're thumbing through, aren't we?
Indeed. And eventually,
we don't know what happens.
No, I mean it's just not clear at all. I mean, eventually, I found it the day after. Tucked away in, if you break a door down, this is what happens. But hang on a second, we're in a corridor, we haven't broken a door down. So it was like, it's all very well, except the fact that it's a little bit of a mess, which just lets it down at the moment.
Is it one of these things that suffers from the rules author knows how the rules are supposed to work when he wrote them down?
Exactly.
That's what we were thinking at the time.
Exactly. Yeah. Now the positive thing is, I wrote a review of it, and the rules are authored by Craig Armstrong, who, if you may remember, is the author of. We spoke to Craig on the show. He's the author of Lords and Lands. So we spoke to him a few shows ago, and Craig was very open about the fact. I turned around and said, "Okay." He said, "I came back and said, I've read your review. What do you think's wrong?" So when we actually went through it, because we were playing it partially to review, to review it anyway, we'd written down a whole load of stuff to say, well, we think this is in the wrong place, and we think this, it's like what happens here and what happens there. So I've just sent him a whole load of notes, and he's like, brilliant, thanks ever so much, and they're gonna work on it, because apparently it's one of these things they kind of put together. As I thought, this is a great idea. We'll put it out there, but I think they're making about threepence halfpenny on every copy or something stupid. It was one of those things that, they had this idea when they kind of think, this is really cool. We'll just put it out there, and I think it was a case of they just kind of went, okay, well, we've worked a little bit on the rules. Having a set of eyes from the outside, I think, will hopefully really help, because there is a good game in there.
Yeah, it's a good little package. It really is. It did take me straight back to being 10 years old again. So, yeah, it was. It had the feel, didn't it, of a good old-fashioned dungeon bash. We were quite enjoying creating our characters, weren't we?
That's it. Oh, yeah, it was brilliant. It was great. And then we got to start playing. It was like, okay, first monsters appear. What happens now? Oh, okay. I'm not sure. I mean,
we just started feeling very lost, didn't we?
Yeah, I mean,
that was it. We just felt lost.
And to be fair, we were tired, and it was like we were kind of thinking, and it was like it was getting quite late, and it was like, shall we do this or just so we kind of went, okay, let's just note a few bits and pieces down, and we'll come back to it. So that's kind of where we left it.
Well, definitely go and have a look again at it. Definitely.
Oh yeah, definitely. Yeah, definitely. Yeah, definitely. So yeah, it's a great little game, and as I say, packaging and everything, it's a thing of beauty. Brilliant. And then, as you say, the other thing we've been up to, we can't talk about.
The other two things we've been up to, we can't talk about.
Yes, agreed. Yeah. So yeah.
So that's it. So we're really boring. We just come on here and we just go, yeah, we've been doing loads, but we can't talk about it. No, we're doing nothing really. That's what Hobbsy's thinking anyway. He's thinking you guys have done nothing.
You haven't had mine yet.
Next.
Oh, have you bought anything?
You haven't bought anything, have you?
I have, it's just not arrived yet.
What have you been buying now?
Some Halo Fleet Battle stuff. But it's just not arrived yet. So at this rate, I'll probably have to kind of go and collect it on Friday.
It'll probably pass you on the M5.
Yeah. Next.
you want to go next, Mike?
No, you go on, Hobbsy.
Welsh wizard, go on.
Oh, okay, right. Like yourselves, I've been busy, but I can't talk about it. So I've just been playtesting Rommel lots and lots and lots. But I can't talk about it.
One thing I will say is that you did warn me, and actually Sam did warn us about the swiftness of turnaround on playtesting.
Oh yeah.
And it's like, I mean, Dave, since the last time we played, we've had 2 versions of the rules come out, and the latest one is like, oh my word.
I'm really enjoying it, but there we go.
Yeah. Me too. It's turning into a good game, and it's a good form.
Well, yeah, you said that to me, Mike, didn't you? Straight away, you said, I would like it.
Mm.
And I was like, yeah. After I played with Neil, we were testing last Thursday, and I was like, after going away from there, I thought, yeah, you're right, I do like this.
Mm. It's just a shame we can't talk about it.
No. First rule about Rommel.
Yeah. Yeah. So
about Rommel. We've got to talk about Rommel. Oh, kids.
Picture the modelling. I've been doing lots and lots of Rommel bases.
They do look nice.
I've done an awful lot of Russian stuff.
Yeah.
And
it'd be interesting to see how you're going to make the game mechanic work with those bases.
Yeah.
Can't talk about it.
Can't talk about it. Yeah. We've been chatting about 7TV here in Cardiff as well. We want to get back into 7TV, so.
Oh, yeah, we played a game of that, didn't we, Neil? A few moons ago.
We did a few moons ago, yes.
So, I dusted off some old figures, and when I did when we had Carl and Graham on the show, and I bought I did the pre-order for the second edition, which came with one of the crews. I bought the Mad Science crew.
Mm-hmm.
So I've started painting those up. And they're lovely. Really, really lovely little sculpts. So I've done most of those now. Buying stuff, I've been quite good. Other than some GHQ micro armor for my Russian army. I bought a couple of Imperial Assault figures for 7TV.
Mm.
I have bought the 7TV Future Freedom Fighters program guide, because that's just come out. So I've got the card for that.
Yeah.
And, and the Kickstarter's turned up. I've got the War and Empire Kickstarter. It turned up today. Got a whole box of lovely 15mm Thracians and Scythians and things.
Oh, cool.
So that's cool. So thank you, Westwind. Westwind, once again, turning up pretty much on time with everything in a box. Lovely. That's me.
Excellent.
Shimples.
Gosh, you all have had quiet fortnights, haven't you?
Yeah.
As opposed to Mr. Whitaker, who has, go on.
Oh, I've been a little bit busy. The new office is finished, or as we like to refer to it around here, mission control.
Mission control.
Permit me to drop you a picture in the Skype chat we share that you may see, and you will see what I mean.
Oh, does this mean you've got like Jeff, you've got a bed maker?
Not quite, but it's close.
For anyone who doesn't know, that's our friend Jeff Bond, who just bought a 3D printer.
He's not the only one.
No. It's definitely a bread maker.
Yeah, probably.
and a laser printer, a laser cutter as well.
Your room's very curvy, Mike.
Yeah, that's because that's about 180 degree view. Smart ass.
Yeah.
This is going to make lovely audio, isn't it?
Just, yeah. So yeah, basically, now actually have a space with some shelving to work and podcast and other things in. Just need to tidy up a few of the cables, and figure out exactly where various things like all the 3D printer filament and stuff is going, which is currently over the top of the MacBook, the iMac. Been playing with the 3D printer, which was great fun. Those of you who've been following the podcast channel on Facebook will have seen me showing off a few shots of one of the printable scenery Kickstarter's Normandy farmhouses, scaled down from their original 28mm to 15mm for I Ain't Been Shot Mum. And it is very, very nice. The quality of the model, the actual design file, is brilliant. It's got stone texture on all of it, loads of interior detail. The upper floor is complete with a banister rail, a piano, a cupboard with wine bottles on it, a fireplace, different floor textures on different bits of the floor, a picture frame, a grandfather clock, that kind of thing. It's really rather nice. And the whole thing, which is basically a 2-story plus roof building, took about 12, 13 hours to print over the course of an evening, and Friday evening and Saturday. And I reckon probably cost £5 in filament and maybe £1 in power, plus a share of the Kickstarter, plus a share of the printer cost. So actually, for printing scenery, definitely, I would say this is better quality than quite a lot of the resin cast stuff you could get.
So how's that work then, Mike? Can you stop it and then start it again, or is it a constant thing you just keep printing?
This comes in 3 parts because it's got separate stories. It's got removable stories, so you can put figures in each of the floors.
So once you've started printing a piece, you have to finish it, do you?
Each of these pieces are about 5 hours at the middle quality. I suspect the lower quality would be all right for some things, but not for textured wall kind of stuff. And the higher quality is absolutely insane. It's something like 10 microns a layer, so it probably is good enough to print figures, which I'm going to test at some point. But it's more than you need for printing buildings, certainly. So,
yeah.
But fun, basically I could print 2 15mm buildings in a weekend, for a total cost to me of 12 to 15 quid plus a share of a share of whatever the design files cost me and a share of the printer cost.
Yeah.
And the printer fundamentally is, well, it's a toy. Happy Christmas, me.
Yeah. So already you're getting quite close to the commercial value of a building, aren't you? Already.
Oh, yeah. But
you're not a million miles away yet now.
No, but in terms of, I've already got the filament in stock. When I bought the printer, I bought 4 reels of filament. So the expense from my point of view, and the Kickstarter was sufficiently long. You know what Kickstarters are like. The Kickstarter was sufficiently long ago, you've forgotten you paid for it.
Yeah.
So fundamentally, this is costing me power at the moment until I run out of filament.
Yeah.
Oh, the delusions we permit ourselves to pass on to ourselves, eh?
Well, it's just interesting because I saw that technology, crikey, 10 years ago now, Neil, and to see how far that has come now, it's it's quite interesting, to be honest.
Yeah, I mean, this is if it would not go amiss as I'm trying to think who does Reading. Is it Timescapes?
Yeah.
One of the folks who do 15mm resin cast buildings, and this is almost standard, if not better than, the stuff they put out.
Mm.
Wow.
Yep, quite. I'm well chuffed. And Nick from the club has got me printing some 3D planes for him, just to see how they come out compared to ordering them off Shapeways, because Shapeways charge the earth. I mean, literally, he pays about 35 quid a plane for a 1/200 scale single engine fighter.
Yeah.
Pretty much the same scale as the Wings of War ones. So we're going to see whether my printer will do it. In which case, I suspect I could make money and save him money at the same time.
Interestingly, then, so I suppose this may fit here as opposed to the news. But have you been looking at that Printed Armies Kickstarter?
No, I haven't. I haven't seen it.
What? Oh,
done him. You've done him now.
Give me 1 second. I'll post it. I'll post you the.
You've got to love the preparation we do here.
It's all in the edit.
Yeah, it's all done in post.
I could just Google. Ah, there we go. Printable armies.
Ooh.
Printablearmies. Oh my Gideon. Oh holy bleep.
It'll never
Have you
catch
not
on,
seen that?
though. It'll never catch on.
No,
oh
it
my
won't.
word.
Oh my life.
Really?
I still don't reckon you'll be good enough for figures. Printing out that many. I'm sorry, I just don't. I think the
Quantity
storations
makes no difference whatsoever.
Oh my word.
the time it's the storations on them. I just see them all the time, and it just pees me off.
Patience. Well, if you want to pledge for it, I'll print them for you.
No.
I'm just really surprised that you haven't. I mean,
I haven't been looking, to be honest.
I mean, interestingly, it's looking like that's going to struggle to fund.
It does, doesn't it? Which is a bit of a shame.
There's just not enough people out there with printers yet, is there? That's probably one of the main reasons.
The problem is there's far too many people who listen to Hobbsy.
Meow.
No. It's going to get there. I just don't think it's going to be as quick as you think. I just don't. The technology will get there. But when you look at the printer revolution that we saw with inkjets, the reason for that went off so quickly was because everybody wanted one. Not everybody needs a 3D printer. And
I
think that will slow it down. And
I think the problem is that people haven't fully decided yet what they're going to use it for. I think as more applications come about, there'll be more use for it. The technology is definitely there to make the stuff already very good because of the high end stuff where they're making jewelry out of it now.
It was quite interesting. There was another podcast I listened to, and Leon from Pendragon was talking about it, and he said it's not there for production. And I think once it gets there, once you start seeing manufacturers selling 3D printed models, and not shapeways because that's very bespoke, but people like Warlord or Mantic selling figures that they printed themselves, then I think we'll be close to it. But we're not at that stage yet. They're using them to make the masters, but they still have to clean them up. Apparently cleaning them up is quite tricky. So I'll be interested to see whether you can clean them up properly, Mike, when you start playing one of yours. But I just think that's going to slow it down a bit.
I think the technology is going to be there.
Well,
I mean, in an affordable home way in the next 5 years.
There is a test file here with the Kickstarter.
Is there?
So
oh yeah.
I shall throw it at the printer and see what happens.
What's the test file for?
A werewolf.
And they fail immediately because their test file is not a closed mesh. So tough. That's not a printing issue. That's simply as somebody has not designed their figure files properly. As my printer is going, you need to fix this file before you print it.
And this is another thing I think, Mike. I mean, me and you will probably agree on this one is you need to have a standard, don't you?
Well, there is a standard.
So I've heard people saying that a lot of printers come with their own software, which only accepts a certain number of print types. So you're almost getting down the VHS versus Betamax thing. I can see that.
No. You're talking there, mate. Sorry. Everything within reason takes STL files. Everybody uses STL files.
Yeah, and that's it. Will people make STL files properly, and will they make them to?
It appears not.
Well, that's kind of proof of my point.
No,
it hasn't. Come on.
Time out. Well, you can't have 2 points. Your point is you don't like the striations from the layer build-up technique of printing. This is knack all to do with that, and everything to do with the fact that somebody can't make design files properly.
That was my second point. Yeah, it's there's all of these different points about it.
This is not a fault of the technology, which is the thing you seem to have a bee in your bonnet about.
I don't have a bee in my bonnet. I just don't think it's going to happen as quickly.
Excuse me. I suddenly feel like we're into the realms of the US presidential debate here. Excuse me, Mr. Whitaker, can you please give Mr. Hobbs and allow him to finish, please?
No.
And then, at which point you can then have your next say. Yeah. Mr. Hobbs, back to you, sir.
I just don't think it's going to happen as quickly as you guys think it's going to happen. And there's lots of reasons about it.
And I don't buy your point about files, because every single file I've had from printable scenery has been perfect. So it's perfectly possible, if you are competent at what you do, in building 3D scenery files to provide file printers that don't fail the closed mesh test. The fact that the test file does is, I say, should be the exception.
So then,
so in this particular instance, what you need to do is go back to Mr. John Black, who is running principalarmies.com, and say, "Excuse me, mate, but your test file doesn't work. Would you care to supply a correct one?"
Seems like an excellent idea. Please excuse me while I find the comments section on his Kickstarter.
Yeah, then you can print it and we can talk about it.
Remember, Kickstarter comments are normally closed unless you back it. In the meantime,
true.
So that would mean that Mr. Whitaker, you are basically now hunting around Kickstarter for anything that's doing STL files.
Well, obviously not. Otherwise, I'd have found this one, wouldn't I?
Missing a trick here already. I don't know. Never mind. Well, so have you not done anything else, Mike?
Anything less controversial?
Let's see. Played a game of Men Who Will Be Kings last week. And Messrs. Hawes and McTaggart, who ran the game for the club at Hereward, will be joining me for a chat about the rules sometime in the near future when Mr. Hawes has stopped running himself ragged working for Peterborough County Council, which currently means he has no free time at all. So once he has some free time, we'll sit down and we'll do a little review of that for you.
Cool.
Which would be nice. Played some more Sales of Glory because Sales of Glory and it's fun. And there's 2 very large boxes turned up here yesterday.
What?
Yeah. They're about, what? Excuse me. Scoot a chair over. Oh, they'll be 18 inches long, about 4 or 5 inches high and 12 inches deep. And they say Conan on them.
Git.
Bleep.
The annoying thing, the first annoying thing, is the boxes are completely identical on their side edges. The back is different and the top is different, but if you put one on a bookshelf on top of each other, you can't tell which is which.
Didn't you back that, Neil?
Yes, I backed it.
He was greedy.
You've got your copy now, yeah?
No.
Yeah. You got it?
No.
But you're Neil Shuck. Oh, dear.
And Hobbs is the Welsh wizard, and he spent even more money on it than I did.
Hand delivered by Doves, I think.
That's probably what you get for having a non-standard pledge, I suspect.
Yeah. Oh, by the way, I do have to. At this point, I do have to put kudos out to Gareth Beamish. Because we were discussing this earlier. We were discussing this on Twitter early on the day of recording. Because one of the first people that mentioned that they had received their pledge was a certain Mr. Mervyn Douglas, the bringer of
the cake. The bringer
of cake himself. Hello, Merv.
The man himself.
So there's obviously a conspiracy going on since it's Merv, and now Mr. Whitty's got his as well.
Mm-hmm.
But we were was it Mr. Hobbs? Wasn't it you that started the Where's Conan?
Yeah.
And at some point during the morning, because I started hinting about having red and white armor, and doing Where's Wally, and next thing you know, Gareth posts up this picture of a Where's Wally page with Wally with Arnold Schwarzenegger's head on top, which I just thought was awesome.
It took me ages to find it.
Oh dear.
You had to be there, Mike and Dave. Honestly, it was really, really funny.
It was really funny, and Monolith have liked it, so, it can't be all bad. So now we've firmly established the gitness.
I'm a git.
Yes, the gitness of Mr. Whitaker.
No, you're not a git, Mike. We love you really, especially as you've got Conan. I might actually drive over on the weekend.
You don't want to do that. The mother-in-law's here.
That's fine. We can hide in your command shelter and
you can hide in mission control.
Indeed.
Yeah.
Sounds good to me. Right, okay, Mr. Whitaker's for the weekend.
So-
Onward.
yeah.
So yeah, about 200 figures, most of which look to be dark grey, moulded plastic. Some of them are a lighter grey that I suspect is resin. They seem to have slightly less detail on them, though, which is a little worrying.
No,
The ogres in there.
Yeah.
those are the heroes.
Oh, the heroes. Well, they actually seem to have less detail on the dark grey plastic ones.
I think it's the plastic. They are plastic, but I think they've done them so light that you can't actually see the detail.
Yeah, it's and shitloads of player aids, cards, dice, boards. Yeah, basically. Wow, there's a lot of stuff.
Yeah, I've seen
I mean,
people on
there is-
eBay.
Fun. You're kidding
Yeah,
me.
people
Yeah.
selling it on eBay already. How much is he going for, Mike?
350 quid for a King's Pledge on eBay.
Sheesh.
Yeah,
That's a 3D printer, that is.
that's a lot of filament for you, mate.
A lot of filament, yeah. Wow.
Hmm.
But yeah, they're here. They are remarkably heavy, well-packed boxes, lots of very, very nice figures. Ooh.
Mm.
There are some lovely figures in there.
King Golden Bennett.
Would Sir have just eBayed something? Had a look on eBay, perchance.
Yeah.
Oh, it's a big box, Dave. But
Yeah, there's a lot of
Two
stuff
big
in there.
boxes.
Yeah. But
Yeah.
since you were talking about getting involved in dungeoneering, then I think we've got something we might be able to play. Well, when it eventually turns up, harumph.
It'll be here soon. You just have to wait. We've been patient for 18 months.
Yes, indeed. Well, on that note, shall we talk and being patient and various other bits and pieces? We've got lots to talk about on the news this time around, haven't we? So shall we get out of this section and come back and talk about lots of different bits and pieces on the news?
Yeah.
Announcements, new releases, Kickstarters. What's caught our eye? It's time to catch up with the Meeples and Miniatures hobby news. And welcome back, and it's time for the news, and boy have we got a lot to talk about. Right, first off, I think we'll dive in with something which, how could we possibly have predicted this? After our discussion last week on the last show about movies, and what our favourite movies were. What happened? What have Warlord got done? What have Warlord got done?
Yeah, what have Warlord got and done?
Mr. Whitaker, I like the sound of that voice, because that's basically exactly what I said on some of it. Okay, yeah, so Warlord have produced a set of figures and vehicles based on Kelly's Heroes. Way!
Yay!
Well, they don't actually mention Kelly's Heroes. They just...
They go out of their way not to, in fact.
Yes.
Oddball heroes.
Oddball heroes, yeah.
Oh, so it's okay to mention the characters without mentioning Kelly.
Apparently so.
Oddball is more of a description of a person than a name, isn't it?
Yeah, I don't think you can copyright Oddball.
No.
What's the phrase? I think we'll come back to this, but but yeah. So the thing that I am struggling to get my head around is the fact that okay, so.
Right. Can we back off a shade? The figures are lovely.
Oh, yeah.
The Sherman is really quite nice.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
The Sherman is a really good war-weary, festooned with every living piece of detritus that the crew could find all over it. Sherman. But
But
the
Tiger tank, what are they thinking?
What?
It's a beautiful tank.
The tank is I'm sorry, but the Tiger tank is the best thing in that whole range. I think.
It's a beautiful tank.
Who in bleep's name wants a whole bleeping platoon of them?
It's the mother of a tank.
There was 3 of them in.
There's 3 of them in the film.
Yeah.
In the square, there were 3 of them, but...
Yeah.
There you go, Mike, with your negative vibes.
I mean, the thing that gets my head... The thing that makes my head explode on this one is the fact that at the end of the day, I mean, I know that it's all... Yeah, they always have this thing of, like, well, they're being authentic to the film.
Yeah.
So they're producing the film prop. But the thing is, it's like... The reason they did the film prop was because they didn't have any working Tiger tank, so they did what was the
Wait
best.
till they do a bridge too far, Neil.
Yeah.
Oh no! Oh
yes. Yeah. So, gentle listener, for those of you who haven't seen, it is a relatively authentic model of the open quotes Tiger, based on a T-34 chassis from the movie.
Yeah, which I think is genius. I think those tanks are as much a character as anything else.
But I mean,
beautiful tank.
It's like art imitating art imitating life, and it's like, hang on a minute, it's just like a reality check. I mean, it has to. I'm just wondering, at what point do they get to the Battle of the Bulge version? So they start selling pre-painted Pershings in grey with the Balkenkreuz and repainted M3 half-tracks again with the Balkenkreuz to say, oh no, really they're German half-tracks and German tanks.
Going back to the days of Terence Willis and Donald Featherstone there, aren't we?
Yep.
I think
a big tick from me for doing that. But that's just brilliant. That's a nice tongue-in-cheek sense of humour.
The universal reaction down the club was, why in God's name would I want 3 of them?
Because you got to have 3. Because there are 3. Because there are
film.
Why waste your money on 3 of those when you can have 3 Tigers which actually don't cause people to point and laugh at your army when you use them for other purposes?
Well, there is that.
It's funnier though.
I would definitely use them for anything. I'd have them all over the place.
Yeah.
And I'd turn around and say that they're actually Panzer IVs. You know,
Oh no!
Why not?
Oh.
I think I'm going to cry.
Mr. Whitaker. Although, I mean, I can see the point, but I'm definitely with you on this one. And, I mean, to be fair, I do...
That's a rarity. It's usually you and me who argue.
What do you reckon, Hobbsy? They've both had a sense of humour bypass.
Definitely, yeah.
I mean, tell you what, Neil, just so we feel all right about this, you'd put it on a base, wouldn't you?
No!
No, he's 28mm vehicle. He don't put 28mm vehicles on bases.
God, don't even know the rules.
Oh, dear me.
I didn't.
Oh.
You don't put 28 on them base. That's madness.
That is complete madness.
Stepping back a bit, though, the figures are really characterful.
Oh, they are.
They are orders of magnitude better than the Home Guard character figures they did.
Yeah, I mean, it was interesting. I did have a little bit of a conversation because they were in the display case at Derby, and I did have a quick conversation with one of the guys on the Warlord stand. I looked and said, again, at Tiger, and said, "Why?" And his reply was, "Why not?"
Why not?
Yeah.
because we are big enough and ugly enough and rich enough that we can afford to do that in the noise that enough people will buy it to make it worthwhile.
Yeah,
it's the short answer, isn't it? Let's face it.
It is, but it's. But no, I just thought it was really funny, especially having just had the conversation.
Oh yeah,
it was really funny to come across that. Oh, and of course the other thing was the Derby show, the guys who were playing Zulu with Sharp Practice. And they were, shot practice, and it looked like copious amounts of wine and port were being consumed while they were playing this as well.
Yeah.
But that
was claret of some sort.
Indeed, that was superb. That was, because obviously that also fell in with the discussion. But yeah, there was a Zulu game with thousands of them, and and they were doing it at Sharp Practice. It was brilliant. So, talking of Warlord,
As we were.
as we were, yeah, there's been some interesting developments over the last couple of weeks, hasn't there?
I don't think this is anything to do with Warlord, but it's been noticed that Heresy and Crooked Dice have removed some figures from their ranges, from their shops.
Yes.
And there was a few rumours, unsubstantiated by either firm, we have to say, legally, that is because those firms have received letters from the BBC requesting figures be taken down. And there's lots of other rumours around that, which we're not going to go into.
No.
But there are figures which have been taken down. Now, the reason Neil mentioned Warlord is because Warlord have got the license for Doctor Who.
Yeah.
And the figures which are missing are ones which have been said by people do bear a certain resemblance to some characters from that beloved BBC series. And I'm using my words very, very carefully.
Indeed.
However, neither Crooked Dice or Heresy have ever marketed them as Doctor Who figures.
No.
They just have a resemblance to some characters. Is that fair to say?
That's fair to say. Yes.
Yeah. So it's quite, and it kind of gets us into that conversation of people producing figures without a license, and how do we as gamers feel about it?
And address it, indeed. And there have been many discussions backwards and forwards over years about IP in several different ways, shapes and forms. I mean, I suppose one of the people remember the conversation where Games Workshop attempted to sue a novelist for using the title Space Marine in the title of a novel, and Games Workshop attempted to prevent that from happening.
Which was so never going to fly.
Yeah.
Indeed.
I was quite involved in some of the discussion on that because a large quantity of my friends are science fiction fans, and they were basically throwing up examples of prior art from the written sci-fi literature going back a long way.
Indeed.
Yeah.
Indeed. But it's raised the issue of intellectual property and, how far do gamers go and actually, because at the end of the day, people wouldn't produce these figures unless there was a demand for them in any way, shape or form. And over the years, there have been several produced by all sorts of different companies that, in homage to famous film characters, famous TV characters, or what have you. I think there are cases in the past where figures have been produced by certain companies, and then other companies have bought the IP license. Okay. And interestingly, there have been cases, I think, where the people then producing the figures under IP have not produced figures that are as good as the stuff that was previously available.
In fact, we have discussed such an example in the last 10 minutes.
Indeed. And on that very note, I know some people have been talking that this action must have come from or been instigated by Warlord.
Ain't necessarily so.
Ain't necessarily so. And, in the light of what we've just talked about with what Warlord have been doing on some of their other range, I would actually suggest that it's probably not come from them at all.
On the grounds that they ought to know only too well from previously discussed example.
Yeah. Now,
in which they've carefully filed the serial numbers off.
Indeed. Yes. So
as it were.
Now, there have been examples in the past where we've seen model ranges disappear. I think the one that immediately springs to mind from my point of view is Stargate. Now, we know in that particular instance, the company that bought the IP for Stargate, actually, their lawyers issued cease and desist letters to several different companies. And then, rather frustratingly, as far as we're aware, did absolutely nothing with the license. So all these companies stopped producing the stuff that everybody that everybody loved and was using. And then this other company, as far as we know at the moment, it never flew, which is really annoying. But at the same time, and that's part of the issue, isn't it? It's, what do people think of this whole thing? Is it breach of copyright? Is it breach of IP to produce homage-style figures? Especially when you look at things and you know, even if they're named something different, you know exactly what they're meant to be. And there are several companies that do these in various different genres, and we've seen an awful lot coming out in recent years. What do you think, guys?
It's always a tricky one. I mean, I think if a company buys the IP, buys a license, then I do agree that people who make figures that could be used in that similar, and that similar license should stop making them. But
actually, it's slightly worse than that. If it's more, in fact, that if a content producer sells the license, they probably have to enforce it. Otherwise, they risk losing the intellectual copyright.
Mm. Yeah, we see so many of these sort of not figures around, almost that it becomes, something that becomes okay just because there's so much of it. And I'm really torn by people who produce those figures, and I own some. So in some ways, I'm perpetuating the sales by buying them.
Hmm.
And there's part of me thinks I really shouldn't do it. But on the other half of me says, but I really want the figures. And I think if a company produces figures without a license that can be perceived as belonging to a certain IP, then they're sort of taking the risk, and they could be, they know that they're doing it. They know that they could face legal ramifications for producing that.
Hmm.
But they wouldn't do it if people didn't buy them. So I'm really torn by it.
Hmm. And it's interesting when you start talking about, these figures and companies, and especially what happens now when all of a sudden they start, this company has obviously been flagged on owning companies' radar.
Mm.
There's been discussion threads on both TMP and Throffers about this, and some people have raised up, what's the difference between this and recasting, for example? I suppose at the end of the day, it's covered by a different law, because recasting really is theft of somebody else's actual work.
So is this sort of...
Well, this is it. It's different.
It's where
isn't
you
it?
draw the line, isn't it?
It's where is it physical? Whereas actually what they're doing is looking at artwork, and at the end of the day, it's still intellectual property, isn't it?
It's filling a demand, isn't it? Like Hobbsy says, in the market that people want, but there's no legitimate way of grabbing hold of it. I suppose if you take it right back to the early times of the internet, where people used to download music because there was no legitimate way of getting hold of it.
Yeah. But just because they're fulfilling demand, does that make it any more legal?
No, it doesn't make it any more legal at all, does it? Of course it doesn't. But it's maybe backtracking a bit here, but maybe it's where the 3D printing is going to be able to find its niche in some respects, where certain companies out there that aren't figure companies but own the intellectual rights to characters and what have you can, start selling some of these files so people can download and print their own figures.
Well, actually, I think the issue with 3D printers is potentially going to cause all sorts of problems in this genre. With actually, as we just said, the flip side, where people will start effectively, scanning and printing figures, so copying other people's figures. Now, then the argument comes, well, they're only for my own use. But at that point, you're doing somebody out of revenue.
But with all new technology that we've seen in the last 20 years, it's up to the legitimate companies to try and sort something out so that they can actually get a revenue stream off it. I mean, I'm not saying it's legal because it isn't, and I'm not saying it's right because it's not, but we live in the real world, and looking forward, that is what is going to happen eventually. And I'm not saying that I've got the answers, but, human nature, that if something that people want isn't available, they'll find a way of doing it, whether that is legal or illegal, or
Absolutely
morally
true.
correct or not. They will find a way of doing it. And with 3D printing coming about, I can see more and more of this. And you just go right back again, as I said before, you go right back to Napster, when that started. And eventually the music companies began to learn that actually, if you give people a legitimate way of downloading music, then all of a sudden, most people, majority of people, will actually use the legitimate means to do so. And I don't think it's any different in any other industry.
Particularly if you make it less hassle.
Yeah, that's right. Make it less hassle, add extras in, blah, 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 blah.
Which is why all of Spotify, Pandora, Apple, and now Amazon have got absolutely the right idea, which is make it as simple as possible, tie it in with your native apps, and people will use it because it's less hassle than going hunting out on the dark and semi-dark web to find things that you can't find any other way.
Yeah. I mean, one good thing about this whole conversation is we are seeing an awful lot more licenses being picked up by miniature companies.
Yes.
And over the last 2 years, there's been a massive amount of them. So maybe there is a bit of a shift, of conscience, where people think, okay, maybe instead of me making this figure and risk the chance of getting caught, maybe I should just investigate getting a license for it.
Yeah. But of course, and this is something we have already talked about, but in this particular instance, the gutting thing in all this, the really gutting thing in all this, is that the figures that are no longer available are so much better than the official ones.
Very true, actually.
So, you can smile about it or laugh about it, but yeah, it is unfortunately, it's like, it is such a shame. I mean, yeah, fully understand exactly what all the implications or why it's been done, but oh dear, it's a shame.
Again, we should stress that we are only repeating gossip. We don't know if letters went out from the BBC. All we know is that figures were dropped from ranges recently.
So if anybody does have any concrete facts and wants to come and talk to us about it,
yeah, please.
We are here as a platform. Writing for reply, always available.
Indeed, yeah. And say if people want to state official positions, then please feel free to contact us. We'll be more than willing to talk to you. Huge Can of Worms, I think, is the comment. Yeah. But it's a valid question, and it's an interesting one, isn't it?
There is a counter argument as well, or not a counter argument. There is another step from this argument, which is when you buy a license, that can have an effect on cost of product.
Indeed, yes, and this is something that Spartan, for example, have been catching a bad brunt about. They've been getting a lot of flack about the cost of their miniatures especially for Halo Grand Command.
I can understand why people might be saying this, but all I can say to them is go look at the price for a Windows license and remember who Spartan are dealing with.
Okay,
word, Mr. Whitaker.
Yeah, put it this way: I've got some preliminary information. I know how much Spartan paid for the license, and yeah, it was a lot of money. I won't say any more than that. It was a lot of money, and therefore
that's a no-brainer.
Yes, right. compare that to some of the figures that, some of the costs that have been running around for, IP licenses for what some people have paid, and this is like, that and then some.
You're talking about the IP license for probably the biggest first-person shooter on any console or PC. You weren't seriously expecting to pay for it with a change in your pocket.
No.
But we have to accept that if people are buying licenses, that figures will cost more. But you have to look at the benefits. If Spartan, a great example, they're working really, really closely with 343.
Yeah, they are, yeah.
They got access to, all of the digital work that they've been working on. So, you're getting a product based on...
This is the flip side, isn't it? Of giving the customer the legitimate way of getting hold of the stuff. But unfortunately, the customers have got to accept it's going to cost a bit more, because between you, that figure, the person that's producing it, and the person that came up with the original concept, and all those support staff and people that worked in between, they all like to put shoes and send the kids to school as well as we do, don't they? And all that money needs to come from somewhere, unfortunately.
Yeah, I was speaking to Neil about it the other week. Funny enough, when I was down at Spartan, when Josh was having an interview, I was chatting about, we were chatting about this very subject, and things like, for example, people turning around and complaining about the lack of support for Halo Fleet Battles, and obviously, Halo Fleet Battles has come to a point where they've done X, Y, and Z with it. Okay. Actually, potentially the problem they have is the fact that all of a sudden Microsoft are getting excited about spaceships. And more people are getting involved. So it becomes more difficult. But at the same time, you have to appreciate the amount of money that they have spent. That isn't the sort of thing you throw away. You can't afford to throw it away. So patience is a virtue in this particular instance on this license, because they have so much to do, and as we're about to discuss in the news, they're doing something else on their own products. They have so much to do that they can only fit so much in at one time. So things aren't going away because they spent far too much money on it, to be honest.
But Spartan are very much the little engine that could. And it's a bloody steep hill.
Very much so, very much so. And, that is the flip side of IP. And see, but see, this is the thing that drives the problem. People want stuff, but they're not willing to pay for stuff.
Yeah.
I suppose it comes about when you start looking at what Prodos did with AVP. Although that gets into an entirely different conversation. And funny enough, we might be talking about them as well in a minute. But, again, that was like, it's Fox, Fox, like, you're sort of dealing with a company like Fox and nothing's cheap. Yeah, it's a similar sort of thing. You get big IPs and they cost a lot of money. So, you either have it legitimately and be willing to pay for it, or yes, pays your money, takes your choice.
Or don't buy in. That's the other one.
Yeah.
Or don't buy in, yeah.
Yeah.
Great thing about historicals, no IP.
Not yet. It has been
that.
tried, though. It has been tried.
What about films and TV series based on historicals? Anyway, right. Next subject.
next subject.
Moving swiftly along from the Welsh Wizard.
Oh, yes. Okay. Since we just mentioned Prodos games, okay, new subject that has cropped up in recent weeks, just in case you thought things couldn't get any worse. Oh, dearie me. What? Okay, so there's been an update on, I don't know how many people backed this. Remember the Ancient Tyrants Kickstarter?
Yep.
Came out start of this year, wasn't it? Ancient Tyrants?
Yeah, February.
Yeah, which was the 6mm version of the universe for... Well, it was stuff that was originally done by iCore. What's the universe called?
I can't remember. Junkers or something like that?
That's one of the races. You got Junkers and Vaser and all that mob. Anyway.
Oh, it's the Draconis Alba Galaxy.
Oh, that's it. Right. Did you end up backing that, Mike?
I did a small pledge on it, yeah, just to support them. And just buy some figures for Polyversal.
Yes. And they just they posted an update a couple of weeks ago, didn't they? Because they've hit some issues.
Yes. yes, they have. So they were going... they were using Prodos to do their production. Which everybody turned around and went, you must be mad. And they were due to be shipping about now. But apparently on the 9th of September, they were informed by Prodos that the orders would take a further 3 to 6 months to complete.
And they went, what?
Yeah. No,
and I quote, this came as quite a surprise.
Yes. So, yeah, good old Prodos. So they've moved the production to Hysterical Games.
Hello, Rob. Rob Alderman. Yes, I was. Funny enough, I was chatting to him at Derby about coming on the show because their rules for their Panzerfaust game are coming out end of the year, and it would be great to have him on the show and chat about that. But yes, Rob at Hysterical Games, nice bloke. But funny enough, ex Prodos, or he was ex the UK arm of Prodos at some point
before it moved to that tax haven of Poland.
Yes, about a week before Hereward won.
Yeah,
indeed.
Yeah, so apparently things are back on the go now. Robbie's
unfortunately reading between the lines. Well, not reading between the lines. Reading what it says in the Kickstarter update, it's still going to be 4 to 6 months.
Yeah,
but hopefully it's going to be reliable 4 to 6 months.
Yeah, and the good thing is if they now build the relationship with Hysterical, that's only going to be good going forward. So you just got to look at it that way, haven't you?
Indeed.
That's it.
Yeah.
But it's like, oh my word, Prodos have done it again. Because obviously there's the whole sad saga with AVP in the first place, and I still don't know whether some people have got all their Kickstarters.
I know for a fact that some people have went and bought it commercially because they hadn't got their Kickstarters.
Yeah.
But let's note with a certain idle something that it still hasn't taken as long as Conan or Kingdom Death Monsters.
Oh, to be fair, Conan was only delayed a year.
And they were very, very good at keeping people up to date on it.
Yeah, and they are now shipping, which is...
they are?
Yes.
Yeah.
Did I mention I got my Conan boxes?
You've only mentioned it once or twice, Mike. Let's move on.
Move on. Move on before there's violence involved. Go on.
Warworld Scenics, who people who follow my blog may know that I have a link up on my sidebar as one of my preferred suppliers of things like static grass and the like. If you've seen my Peninsula boards, all that lovely sun-parched static grasses theirs, have announced a bocage small battle pack to allow you to make bits of bocage in 28mm. And it's really rather nice.
Including the rabbit.
Including the rabbit, which I thought was superb. There is an optional rabbit peeping out from under the hedge. It's basically you get, I am assuming, although it's not clear from the pictures, that you get the bank base, and then you get a foliage kit and assorted bits of scatter scenery to make it up as you think fit. The set makes 2 short straights, 2 corners, comes with a bag of foliage, some mixed flowers foliage, some red berry foliage, and all you need to make your own bocage.
That's a good idea.
I've
seen that in 15mm because Ironclad do it in 15.
Yeah.
Similar thing.
The problem is finding people who actually don't think that the underlying bit of bocage is a stone wall, which quite a few people do.
Yeah. It seems to be a big wall with a hedge on top usually, doesn't it?
Go drive through Devon and look at some of the hedge bank lined roads there, because they are pretty much bocage.
Mm. Yeah, that'd be good. What else
we forgot the most important bit. Those two 90mm corners and 80mm straights will cost you £6.
Is that all?
Oh, that's pretty good.
$5.99.
Oh, that's very good.
No, that is good.
That's the bit that just clinches it, isn't it?
Yeah.
Had I not spent an awful lot of money with Last Valley over the past God knows how long at shows? Well, sorry, an awful lot of the club's money.
That's a very good deal.
Cool.
What else we got?
Right, okay. What else we got? Okay, actually, it will be kind of previewed as, I think we're going to be talking about this in the next show. Pickett's Charge, which is, the first set of rules from Reiswitz Press. Okay, which is actually a separate publishing arm of Two Fat Lardies. Pickett's Charge, authored by Dave Brown. He of... It'll come to me.
General de Brigade?
That's the one, yeah. He of General de Brigade fame has written, that is currently on advance order. It's due to be released, I believe, on the 26th of October. There's an advance order bundle that it's £24, and if you order it, you'll get a paper copy, plus the fact you'll get a free PDF.
That sounds good.
So, yeah, and we're going to be talking to Rich and Dave about that on the next show, I believe.
Cool. Hopefully.
All being well.
And the one we surprised Neil with, Basic Impetus have announced a new version.
Surprised me
really?
as well.
Oh, yeah. They have indeed. Popped up on Facebook via the good folks from Wargame Soldiers and Strategy just today. Although, judging from their Facebook page, it does appear that it's been being play tested quite publicly in Italy, obviously, for the past couple of weeks. 340 army lists out November 2016.
Cool.
Wow. I must admit, I always liked Basic Impetus.
Yeah.
Something I always wanted to look at.
It's a good system.
So you get really spoiled for choice now in your sort of ancient rules, what with, check this month's interview, and Keys of War Historical, and a new edition of Basic Impetus, and so just get yourself some ancient figures, stick them on some suitable bases, take a deep breath, and dive in.
Yeah, I mean, we, because Dave, because you played Impetus and Basic Impetus, and you kind of went, would prefer the basic version, and until Sword and Spear came out, I think that was going to be our go-to set of rules, wasn't it, for Ancients?
Yeah, well, when Basic Impetus came out, really, it was just have a taste, wasn't it? It was never considered as a full game in its own right. It was, there's Basic Impetus, but really that's just a prototype for the real game, which is, of course, the real game you want to be playing. And it's sort of, Basic Impetus lost a lot of love, but having said that, there was a lot of people playing Basic Impetus, and I don't think they really realised how many were actually playing it.
Yeah, we played a lot of Impetus. I played Impetus for about 6 months, pretty much solid. And it was great when it first came out, but unfortunately, he just kept tweaking it. You know, somebody on the phone would pop up with a comment, and he tweaked the rules for that comment, and he was doing it all the time. You just run out of ARTA and FAQs and stuff, which kind of spoiled it. So hopefully, he can take all of that and wrap that into a new version. And if he's done the basic game, then that means he might be doing the main game as well. And that'll be good because, you know, I did enjoy Impetus when it first started out, but it just got really unwieldy towards the end. So, and then Sword and Spear came out, and that was it. Then I was, you know, that was me done.
Yeah. And, just spotted this on Twitter. Games Workshop have just launched the Blood Bowl website.
Really?
Yeah, new version of Blood Bowl coming out, mate.
I didn't hear about that. I thought it was dead and defunct, never to be seen again.
Oh no, definitely not.
No. Square bases, I've heard.
Backtracking just a little bit, though, if you want a review of Basic Impetus, Meeples episode 40.
Oh, wow, was it that long ago?
Yes, I've just looked it up.
That'll be during the Bob Harris years, won't it?
The Bob Harris years.
Oh dear.
Indeed. Yes, when I was whispering away in the darkness all on my own.
Try not to wake the missus up.
Yeah. That reminds me of Derby, actually. I got some abuse from Mr. Clark, didn't I, about whispering? Whispering Dave Luff.
Whispering Dave Luff.
Whispering Dave Luff.
We have a new nickname, everybody. Right.
God.
Right, okay.
Yeah.
Is that everything?
Episode 40.
Wow, there we go.
We got another couple. North Star. Good old North Star. I've done a new Nick starter for Forgotten Packs, which is the third or fourth expansion to Frostgrave.
Oh, Plastic Barbarians.
Plastic Barbarians.
That'll please any number of people, that will.
Yeah.
Might even please people. I wonder how the figures would compare against I don't know, people who might have just bought a game featuring a certain barbarian. I wonder if they can. I wonder if they're at all comparable.
I am sure that somebody down the club will have a few. I can test it out and find out.
Like you need more figures for Conan.
Hell no. There's only 200 in these two boxes. And if I do need more figures for Conan, I've still got the entirety of the Blood Rage stuff.
Oh, yeah.
Star Wars Armadas, the Corellian Conflict, which appears to contain a campaign. Wow.
That'd be interesting.
Won't it just? Actually, to be fair, it was announced at just before Gen Con, but they seem to have just started a publicity push for it. Blah, blah, blah. Lively transforms from a game of tactical fleet battles to a game of strategic space warfare. Comes with basically a really huge galaxy map and lots of counters. Otherwise known as gives you reasons to have battles in the first place.
That might be good. Has anybody here played Armada?
I still have the box sitting here. Haven't had time. It's on the list.
Yeah.
Along with a lot of other games.
I played it a couple of times. I just couldn't get on with it. And I don't know. It just didn't feel like a big battle to me. But maybe that's because the way it's played on the club is quite tournament style. You know, it's basically it's a full on game. It's not like a friendly pickup game thing.
And also, I guess if you don't have the context, then you're not thinking about, can I afford to sacrifice this ship?
Exactly right. And
which is something we actually discussed a few times. In fact, in a strange, interesting time warp, we're about to discuss this very thing in the interview that you weren't present for.
The one that we're about to listen to.
The one that we're about to listen to, yeah, basically. Purely from a point of view of being a way of making your battles that little bit more interesting by caring about what happens more than on the I won versus I lost scheme of things, quite possibly has potential.
Yeah, it'd definitely be worth having a look at.
Yeah, I should say so.
And, you know, it's Fantasy Flight Games, we know it's going to be beautiful.
So the production quality will be good. It will probably not suck. And I mean, it looks good. The production shots are nice. There's lots of charts, lots of counters, nice big map. Nice big map. Does it happen to you to say how big the map is? That would be useful, wouldn't it? Nah, that would be far too useful.
It looks fairly standardy sized, and it looks like it's.
Well, if that's the box, then it's about twice the size of the box.
Yeah, sort of.
So it's reasonable, 3x2-ish.
Yeah.
Maybe a little smaller.
Mm.
Yeah.
Yes.
What can you say? Might have to give that a go once I've actually played Armada to see if I like it.
Yeah. might be worth trying Armada again.
Yeah, with a view to looking at campaigny stuff.
Yeah.
But it looks quite fun. You've got cards and raid cards and extra features like diplomats that stop planets being make planets off limits and interesting things like that. Looks kind of fun, actually.
And finally, I recently received an email from a guy called Andy Shaw. Hello, Andy, podcast listener. Also was a digital subscriber to Miniature Wargames. Okay. And he came to me and asked a question. That question being, have you had any problems getting hold of digital copies of Miniature Wargames? Right, now, Andy subscribed to Miniature Wargames through the Exact Editions app on his iPad. Okay? Now, anybody who subscribed to digitally subscribed to Miniature Wargames would have had an email, actually probably from PayPal, a while ago saying, oh, by the way, just to let you know, Exact Editions has just cancelled your subscription. And if you remember, this is one of the things that ended up, that was part of the catalyst for, which ended up with the fact that Henry Hyde went public with the fact that he was resigning from Miniature Wargames because people were ringing him up saying, Henry, what the heck's going on? Now, what what's happened is that Warner's Publications basically cancelled the digital subscription from Exact Editions with the fact that they were going to be producing their digital copies via a different company. Okay? Which is something called Pocket Mags. Okay? However, as I understand it, what happened was basically Warner's decided to cancel the contract with Exact Editions and did so before informing anybody about from any of their digital subscribers that they were doing so. So the first the digital subscribers heard about it was when Exact Editions cancelled people's subscriptions, or at least turned around and cancelled the payment, cancelled the automatic payments from PayPal or their credit cards or what have you. Okay. Andy's suddenly discovered that his Exact Editions subscription has come to the end of its life. So his app has now stopped working, and he can no longer get hold of any of his copies of Miniature Wargames. You may remember, and I think we talked about this on View from the Veranda, way back when Atlantic Publishing first took over Battle Games magazine. Henry had something of a battle with Exact Editions about this whole digital publishing issue, and the fact that Exact Editions weren't allowing people to download PDFs, whereas Battle Games historically always used to mail out their PDFs. And eventually, as a result of that, Exact Editions changed their policy, whether it was just for Battle Games and subsequently Miniature Wargames or what, I'm not too sure. But you could then download the PDFs. However, whether or not that was ever available to people who only ever read the magazine via an app, as opposed to people who physically logged in on a PC or laptop and downloaded their magazines, I don't know, because I used the physical PC route, logged in on my account, and always download the issues. But the bottom line is that all that agreement has now gone because the agreement between Warner's and Exacta Publishing has come to an end, and quite potentially, I mean, Andy's one of probably several hundred people who find themselves with no longer a subscription to Exact Editions and potentially no longer access to a whole host of digital copies of miniature war games that they thought they owned.
Right. It is worth noting that if you switched from an Exact Editions subscription to an iOS newsstand subscription, then this would have happened to you at the point when you made the switch. As indeed has happened to me, because I made the switch a while back just for general convenience, because the Exact Editions app is a real faff, to be honest. And newsstand is much cleaner, although I was aware when I did it at the time that I lost all my back issues, although the newsstand subscription does give you quite a few of them in a different format. The fact remains, though, it all does seem to have been a bit abrupt, doesn't it?
Yeah, Andy is really annoyed about it. And he sent me several email conversations that he's had with Warner's, where Warner's have essentially turned round and said, yeah, tough. Andy said, can you please flag this up? And asked us to flag it up on the show. He is currently, interestingly, he's currently considering legal action over this. He's that annoyed about it, which I thought was interesting. I must admit, I do wonder if ultimately people will turn around and say, well, you know what? Did you ever read the small print on Exact Editions? And I know we're probably all really guilty of signing up to agreements for, whether that's, when we're like buying software online or doing something other, and it's like, please agree to all these terms and conditions, and you go, and you read through the first two or three, and there's like several different pages of it, and you end up going, oh yeah, okay, agree, carry on. And I'm wondering whether somewhere in there, in those terms and conditions, this will be outlined, and potentially people are not aware of it or weren't aware of what they were signing up to at the time, but it's outlined in the terms and conditions, and so ultimately Warner's and Exact Editions will turn around and say it was all in our terms and conditions.
I think it was fairly clear, because I looked at when I took out the subscription to Battle Games before I went to Miniature War Games, and that was on Exact Editions, wasn't it then?
Yeah, it was. Yes,
and
it was.
The reason I didn't take it out is because I remember reading it saying that you can only read the magazines through your Exact Editions app. And I thought, hang on, that means I can't download it. And so I didn't bother. I paid for a proper hard copy. Now maybe I picked that up because I sort of work in the IT industry, so it sort of become clear to me. But I do remember it being very clear that you have to read it through the app.
Yeah. Now, as I say, it did change in the fact that Henry fought long and hard to get it so you could download the PDFs. But obviously, the danger was if you weren't aware of this wrinkle in the way Exact Editions worked, and then obviously at the point where the contract was terminated, and then you lost your access to Exact Editions, you then lost your access to all your magazines. Difficult one, isn't it? It is one of these things of.
It's a tricky one, because Warner's basically stopped the contract with Exact, didn't they? Very, very quickly, yes. And it could be argued that the reason that it didn't give people time to,
indeed,
download back copies. And that wasn't made clear. So, there is that argument. I don't know if you can blame Exact Editions. They obviously had their terms and conditions fairly clear, I think.
Yeah. Yeah, and I must admit, I mean, I suppose it's one of these things that because I'd had all the conversations with Henry, I was aware of what the situation was, so I made darn sure that I downloaded everything.
Yeah, you can understand how people might not, though.
Mm.
Oh, yeah, this is it. This is it. I mean, I fully understand the predicament. And it's like, yeah, and I can fully understand why Andy and other people that may be in the same boat are up in arms and massively annoyed about it. Unfortunately, I'm not quite sure where people go from here. It certainly seems from Warner's point of view so far that they're kind of turning around and going, oh, okay, this is what we've done.
It sounds like a bit of a cock-up from
Interesting.
Warner's side, isn't it? I mean, the whole, let's just stop it now. That is not good customer practice.
No.
Normally give people...
That's the point, isn't it?
Yeah.
It's not. And in a small hobby, goodwill counts for a lot, doesn't it? And would it cost them much if they just turned around and said, right, for a limited period, we'll allow you the opportunity of downloading all those back issues that you bought?
That would be the easiest way out there.
I think it would be, yeah.
Yeah, I'd have thought so, because I'd have thought that Warner's would still own the files somewhere, because they'd have been transferred over from when they bought Atlantic Publishing. I'd have thought.
Can't hope so, wouldn't you?
Well, yeah.
If not, they've slipped up big time.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I think they can buy him from Henry's side still, can't they?
No, I think Henry's only selling battle games, isn't he?
We are, in grave danger of needing a right to reply segment on this show.
Yeah.
Very happy to always provide it, but I just say, if you're not aware of, if you're digitally subscribed, you are probably aware of this issue now.
If you haven't been listening for the last 10 minutes.
Yeah. If you just tuned in, where have you been?
Indeed. But yeah, as I say, it's, I don't know. How do we finish this?
Non-controversially?
Non-controversially.
Oh, well, that's us four out.
Yeah.
It is what it is, basically.
Yeah.
It is what it is.
If you don't like it, talk to Warners. If enough people talk to Warners, it might change.
Yeah.
Indeed, yeah, I think that's the only suggestion is talk to Warners, and they may change their position. You can but hope. Unfortunate, I think, is the unfortunate and a bit of a PR shot in the foot, I think, on that one.
Yeah, they're not doing themselves any favours at the moment, are they?
In what way, shape, or form? Right. Well, that was a light and uncontroversial news segment, wasn't it?
See also long.
Let's see how much this makes the edit.
Have you ever wondered what's going on in wargaming? We do too. So come with us as we go behind the hobby with the Meeples and Miniatures interview. We're very pleased to welcome to the Meeples and Miniatures podcast, Simon Hall. Hello, Simon.
Hello. Good to be with you guys.
Great that you could join us, all the way from South Africa.
Yes, sitting here in Cape Town now, looking at the lights over the city. That's pretty good.
I understand you've only just moved out there.
Yeah, we just moved out 2 weeks ago. We decided to move out here at Christmas. Decided to take life a bit easier and stop all the hard work, have a bit more time to paint war games figures and write war games rules and enjoy hobbies, and bring up my little girls somewhere nice and peaceful. So yes. Only recently here, so I'm surrounded by still 100 and odd boxes, but we're gradually getting there.
Fantastic stuff. We've got you on the show to talk about a new set of Ancients rules that you just published. But before we do that, as regular listeners will know, the first thing we do when we have a new guest on the show is we like to find out a little bit about them. So, Simon, can you kind of give us a little bit of background in how you got into wargaming
in the first place?
Yeah, I guess that goes all the way back at the very beginning to when I was about 8 or 9, and a great aunt bought me and my brother a set of, I think they were 1/32 scale Airfix plastics.
Oh, yes, I had them.
Yeah, well, we had great fun there. We were I think we had Japanese and US World War II, I think, in the very first set. And we spent ages mucking around with those, throwing marbles at them, basically, to getting ourselves going.
Sounds very familiar.
I'm sure it does. And by the end of junior school...
If memory serves, I did it with Timpo Cowboys, but...
a little harder to knock over, I imagine. Weighted at the bottom. Very good.
Slightly, yeah.
Yes. But, and through junior school, we just collected all sorts of Airfix stuff. So we had loads of the Napoleonic 20mm figures and such things. And I never really got the idea of a proper game until I hit secondary school, and I started buying a bunch of the magazines. And you remember Battle magazine back in those days?
Oh yeah.
Well, I was doing a lot of World War II tanks at that stage, collecting those, and there was this article in there with a gaming system in a grid to play with tanks, and a mate and I started doing that when I was about 12. And then from there, we discovered it was a proper hobby, and there were lots of books about it in the library. So we got all the Donald Featherston books out from that era, all the wargaming through the ages, and got a bit fanatical about it. And then lo and behold, discovered there was a local wargames club that had got going fairly recently in Burnley, up in Lancashire. I went along to that every Sunday for quite a lot of years. Probably started off really doing World War II Bruce Quarry stuff. Tank battles in miniatures, going back to that sort of era.
Oh, wow, yeah.
And the Napoleon's campaigns in miniatures, gathered up loads of stuff for that. And then all through that anyway, I'd always been really interested in military history. I guess like a lot of people listening to this, when a lot of the kids at school were reading all sorts of fiction books when they were 10 or 11, I was getting out, the great battles of World War II and history of the ancient world and things, and anything I found from the library.
Yeah.
So sort of by the time I was about 13, 14, I was playing regularly at the club and doing a lot of 50mm Ancients. Started with 5th edition, back with Phil's Rules back then. Played a lot of that, a lot of 6th edition. Did all the sort of Northern Militaire stuff, and did that all the way through to university. And then probably at university time was about when Dungeons and Dragons really got going.
Yeah.
So I had also quite a common diversion into Fantasyland. So I think I spent pretty much all of my university years playing Dungeons and Dragons and guitars, and not doing terribly much work, but seemed to get away with it. Yeah, exactly, and gathered up quite a lot of figures through that period. And then it went a little quiet in terms of gaming, really just occasional gaming with friends through my early career years. As it all got a bit frantic and a bit busy, having gone through university at Oxford and ended up down in London during the sort of busy period when everything was booming in the late 80s.
Yeah.
But kept my wargaming going socially with good friends that I'd known for many years. And then it was about 94, I think, when I really got back into it properly and started hunting for a local club and discovered Ragain's Wargame Group just down the road from where I lived. I went down there one Thursday night, and it was sort of the end of 7th edition and the beginning of the DBM era.
Yeah.
And really liked the chaps down there. Discovered it was a heavy competition club, which was really new for me because I'd never done competitions. In fact, I'm one of those people who was a club player who heard all the stuff about competitions being all terribly serious and hard work and full of difficult people and all that sort of stuff.
Yeah.
And discovered all these people were actually really rather nice and not terribly difficult at all. Reasonably competitive and good at stuff, but not at all difficult. So I rapidly joined in with that and got heavily involved in the DBM circuit from there. And played all that stuff really very seriously.
So much so that I understand you were world champion.
Yeah, in fact,
more
3 times.
Yeah, I was going to say more than once.
Yeah, 3 times. The IWF World Championship, they started playing that down in South Africa at the very end of 7th. In fact, that's quite a funny story, actually, because the very first one was 7th edition, and it was at the very handover period, and I'd never ever played 7th. So, but I wanted to go along, so I took some figures and a recommended army and learnt 7th edition on a Virgin flight on the way down to South Africa.
Right.
And I put together some travel armies which were magnetic. So it was hysterical. We were playing on the plane with the vertical board and magnetic terrain and figures, much to the amusement of all these quite pretty air hostesses coming along watching us, these boys playing with toys live on a plane. And in the course of the journey down and 2 days in South Africa, I'd learnt the basics of 7th edition enough to get fairly well thrashed, but have a good time.
Okay, so tell us more. What size was this travel board?
Oh, it was 4 foot by 3 foot, so we were filling the middle of the plane reasonably well. We were actually playing full-size armies at 2/3 scale. It was quite funny, quite amusing. We were passing it around the plane. It was quite funny. Yeah, the game fell apart slightly when we had a bad bout of turbulence over Nigeria, and
do any photographs survive?
I'm afraid not. It would have been good, wouldn't it?
It would have been good.
During the turbulence, several units of my Teutonic Knights fell off the board, which kind of put some of the attacks. So it was really funny. We had a lot of fun.
Sorry. So you were actually playing with real figures on a magnetic board, vertically?
Real metal figures. These are irregular miniature 6mm figures based up at something at 2/3 of 40mm.
Yeah.
So they were based up properly, full size armies, all heavily magnetised and stuck to this vertical board. Yeah.
Hang on. So when you lost several units, did you ever find them again?
Most of them, not all of them. Somewhere on a virgin plane, hidden down a crack in a seat or a couple of Teuton bases just to catch somebody out one day. That'll be a real surprise for somebody who sits on them one day, won't it?
Yeah.
What on earth are these? So we did that, and then the IWF got quite fairly serious in terms of competition games, and also we got a lot of countries playing, so we did test matches as well. So that era of my career was quite successful. Really, I won a lot of stuff in DBM in the UK and overseas. And I won the World Championship in Epsom in 2000, and then the next one I think was 2002 in Durban. I won that one, and I won 2004 in Rome. Yeah, so I won 3 of those.
Wow!
In fact, 2000 was a spectacular year because I won pretty much everything. So I did a sort of Millennium Grand Slam, which nobody can repeat for 1,000 years. I won the World Championship and the European and BritCon and Roll Call and something else as well. So I had about all 5 major trophies, I think, that year. So I was a pretty good DBM player. It's a history. Yeah.
I must admit, it's just something we've been talking about quite recently, because a couple of people have asked us about, what's the tournament scene like, and to be honest, we have little to no experience, and I'm just kind of having a peek over the wall and from what other people are saying, suddenly seeing this completely different world that is, as I say, it's surprisingly, well, I suppose it shouldn't be surprisingly, but yeah, it spans the globe. It sounds really interesting.
It is, and the players on that kind of circuit have got quite a community, and it really has proved very good fun. I mean, I never thought it would be anything like as much fun as it was. Yeah. But we did all the individual stuff. But some of the best fun we had was doing teams for the International Team Championship, which originally the first one of those was held in a castle in Grandson, which was the scene of a famous battle between the Swiss and the Burgundians. And so we turn up at this place as teams of 4, 2 British teams, 2 Italian, 2 French, 2 Belgian, 2 German, and we're playing this fantastic dice-based game on the shores of the lake. I mean, it's just spectacular, absolutely fantastic, and the location was just amazing. And we made some incredible friends from all these countries, which are still friends today, from all over the world. So it really was quite special. So I now have sort of equally enjoy the sort of club side, the playing with friends, and the competition side of wargaming.
Yeah,
I think they all bring a different aspect in their own way, and they're really good. And the other bit with me that I've really liked, and I'll do more of now, I have more time, is I've always had a really big interest in campaigns.
Yeah.
So over the years I've run quite a lot of campaigns and played quite a few campaigns and managed to keep quite a few of them running long enough to get to conclusions, which is the usual problem with a campaign, is that you set off with great enthusiasm And we've all got bucket loads of them that we've started but never got near to finishing. By the time we've actually got them going, their sort of interest has waned and it's fizzled out.
As I recall, we got embarrassed by one of our listeners asking that very question not so long ago.
Indeed,
really?
Yes. Yeah, not so much how many campaigns have you started, but how many campaigns have you actually finished? And it was like,
yeah, indeed. To finish any is quite an achievement. Yeah. But I've had about 3 or 4 which we've run to a full conclusion. So maybe a 50% hit rate in getting them all through, which is quite good, I think, in the world of campaigns.
Oh yeah, that's good.
Yeah, I do find those good. And we've done some really good fun. I have a great friend of all, a chap called Mark Bevis, who I played with a lot in Burnley, who does the micromark lists. If you've seen any of those.
Yeah.
Uh-huh. Yeah, a very good old friend. In fact, with the friend I started the wargaming with that I was referring to earlier. So we're long-standing mates. We played a campaign sort of by mail when I was living overseas through in 91, where we did an invasion to recapture Jersey as a fictitious World War II one, which we played through to a finish, which was good fun. And we did a fictitious ancient one over the years. And actually, if you speak to Mark, he's a good character. So, but on his wall in his living room, he's got this lovely big wargame table. Last time I went in, there was a map for a Napoleonic campaign that they were 3 years into at this point, and that wasn't the most impressive bit. The most impressive bit was the map included China and South Africa and all of America.
Right.
And there were actually real things going on in all these places. So it was the Napoleonic era, but in its entirety. It wasn't restricted to what we would normally think of as Napoleonic campaigns, nor even the extended ones with the Turks. And then I started looking at these boxes and discovering that Mark's the only person I know who not only has an Ottoman Turkish army, which I now have as well, which he painted for me, but he has Egyptian armies and I think a Bolivian army, I think, from that era. So remarkable, actually, some of the things he's put together over the years. So yeah, did lots of stuff with him. And actually the Burnley theme has been quite funny as a little time, because when I was down in Reigate, my doubles partner for a long time, with whom I won a lot of stuff, is Terry Shaw. Mm-hmm. And we played together as a team for 2 years before he finally turned up to a competition wearing a Burnley Football Club scarf. And I looked and said, "What are you doing wearing that?" He said, "Well, I come from Burnley." I said, "Oh, so do I." And gradually, over the course of the next 20 minutes, we discovered that we were born about 2 miles apart and we both went to the same schools.
Oh, right. So in the previous 2 years, it had just kind of like never come up?
No, we never mentioned. We never bothered to notice we had similar accents. Right? No, we're too busy wargaming to ask anything like that. It was only when he turned up wearing this scarf that I thought, hang on a minute, that's a bit strange. And it turns out we both went to Burnley Grammar School and both went to a similar primary school, and we've been playing together for 2 years as a team without even knowing that. So that was quite funny. So yes, so historical stuff really. And I suppose then to continue the story at the twilight years of DBM, when it was starting to flag a bit, and it looked like we needed something new.
Yeah.
Ended up in discussions with J.D. McNeil, who'd got Osprey interested in publishing them rules. So there was a narrow brief put together then, and throughout the DBM era, the sort of second half of it, I'd done a lot of the umpiring and a lot of the work on creating the clarifications for the rules.
Yeah.
And I'd always done a lot of creating of game systems. I've got cupboards full of ideas from the past. It's always been something I've had fun with. So I'd talk to JD and saying, look, I've got the essence of a set of ancient rules. And there was a brief really for something that was a relatively stable piece of continuity for ancient wargaming, out of which came Field of Glory, really, with a team of myself, Terry, who I've just referred to, and Richard Bodley Scott, who you'll know of, who teamed up with Phil Barker to do DBM. Mm. And out of that came Field of Glory, which of course had a good 10-year run.
Yeah, because that was really kind of championed as like, really one of the first sets of wargames rules to come out of Osprey, wasn't it? It
was, yeah. I think it actually was the first.
Yeah, I think it was, yeah.
And JD did a fantastic job getting Osprey interested, because I think it suddenly raised the production standards of all ancient wargame rules at that point in time. So it brought...
Yeah, I think it was pretty much overnight, wasn't it? Because I had a look at it, and everyone kind of went, cool, look at this.
Yeah, look at this with all the artwork and the high quality hardback book and all the bits and all the army lists that went with it. So, it was a real breakthrough, and, the game played very well and got a lot of people interested, and had a really good run. So it's something to look back on with quite a bit of pride. then through to the more recent era where I sat down a couple of years ago and thought, well, things are starting to wane again and we need another new set of rules. And I sort of sat down and wrote myself a bunch of challenges and said, well, I'll have a crack at it, but only if I can meet these challenges am I going to publish anything. Because it isn't actually easy to come up with something really new and fresh.
No.
Okay, so here's a couple of questions then. Why do things wane, and why do you think you need a new set of rules at that point?
I think, as with all people interested in games, at some point we all search for something new, because part of the fun and the enthusiasm of gaming is to relearn something and find all the new nuances in the set of rules, or all the new nuances in the hundreds of army lists that sort of reinvigorate our interest. And I think that's a general point anyway for all rule sets, and I can sort of see a roughly 10-year sort of cycle for that part of it.
Yeah.
And then,
unlike the Warhammer one, which is somewhat shorter.
Yes, well, indeed. Although one might engineer it to be shorter for other reasons, of course. But yes, I mean they tend to run them shorter. But I think anyway we've all got that in us as a mass. We're all interested in something new after a while. And then I think also the other thing that changes over time is our expectations of what we get out of a style of game.
Yeah.
So there are also some trends in the world that mean things change. I mean, you all wargamed a long time ago. You will remember the eras of wonderful tables and fantastic mathematics.
Oh, yes.
And that, back in the sort of 70s when that all started.
I started on WIG, fell 6th edition. What can I say?
Yeah, exactly. So you've got to work all your numbers out, work all your factors out, and then figure out how many men you've actually killed, and then how many bases that is, if any, or record it, and all the rest of it. I mean, that was the era of that style of thinking. And there's no way the modern world, with the pace at which it operates, or what we all see in terms of an audiovisual world, that would be acceptable anymore anyway. Even if some people will do it in small quantities, but it's not what the mainstream games are like. So things evolve with the technology and the way we like to spend our time, really. So I think new sets of rules, when they're good, are following those sorts of major trends, really.
Yeah. So why Ancients? I mean, obviously, having written Field of Glory and played an awful lot of DBM. As well, and say WRG. Why Ancients as opposed to any other period? What particularly attracts you to Ancients?
Oh, I like lots of periods before we start focusing on Ancients too much. I've got cupboards full of World War II and Napoleonics and English Civil War and everything. So, I mean, they all have their appeal. I think that the thing that's really fascinating about Ancients is the massive, massive variety in the types of armies pre the Gunpowder era, where you can actually create one set of rules that can actually accommodate everything from ancient Egyptians trundling around in chariots through to the Swiss that I mentioned earlier with walls of pikes and the beginnings of handguns, through to the Chinese armies packed full of crossbowmen and polearm type infantry, through to Aztecs. I mean, the sheer variety that you get in the ancient era is extraordinary. And I think that provides appeal as a gamer, because in inverted commas, your chess set on both sides of the table can be vastly, vastly different. Yeah. And it also appeals to the modeler because we can collect radically different things. So it really does. I mean, my cupboards, when I open them up, if I look at my 28mm ancient Egyptians compared to my 28mm Romans or medievals, they're just radically different things to look at. And I love World War II as well, but at one level, it's a grey tank and a green tank, if you see what I mean, in comparison in terms of the pure range of beauty. So I think it's got enormous appeal from that point of view as a period, and that's one of the reasons it sustained itself so well through all these rule sets, which managed to pretty much cover everything pre the firearms era, really.
In a world where we are starting to see rules that start to narrow down periods somewhat, do you see it at all problematic that the vast majority of Ancients rules effectively cover the best part of 4,000 years of warfare?
It depends. I think it depends. It depends a lot on how the rule system is set up. I think some of them can cope with that quite well, and their mechanics are suited to doing it, and some of them can't. So I don't think there's a fundamental problem with that. I think what really matters to me, and it was one of the objectives I set for Mortem Et Glorium is that the actual armies in their style of play feel right.
Yeah.
And feel is a massive word to me in designing any sort of game. You can fiddle with the mechanics all you like, but at the end of the day, if you have a Hunnic army being played in a tabletop and it feels Hunnic, and you have a Roman that feels Roman, and you have an ancient Egyptian that feels ancient Egyptian, then I start to be pretty happy. And there are different routes by which you can try and do that, but as long as your rule system is doing that across the 4,000 years, I don't have a problem with it. Where I have a problem is if you have a rule system that doesn't allow that variety to emerge. Because then actually what you're doing is sort of lowest common denominatoring a great deal of variety and squashing it back into a box. And that's less attractive to me as a player, if you have a rule system like that. So I don't think there's a fundamental problem with that, any more than there's a problem with having 20th century rules that cover all of the armoured warfare from 1930 up to pre the dominance of sort of missile weapons.
Yeah.
As long as they capture the character in the field.
So that's kind of...
So before we put ancients, just to add a bit, before we put ancients in the box as being the wonderful period with all the variety, of course, if you go to World War II and you look at the variety from the very beginning of 1939 through to the end of 1945, how they extended a few years.
If you could persuade anyone to play anything except Northwest Europe 1944.
Well, yes, indeed. Yes, people have this... I think that's one of the things of World War II that's very interesting, is there's a lot of people that get stuck on having just the very best stuff, don't they?
Yes.
From the later period. It's a shame, actually, because my favourite bit of the World War II periods are definitely the Desert Wars and the early bit of France and the early bit of Russia. Actually, when you've got less powerful vehicles, it's a more interesting balanced game, I think, in general. But it does have, not to knock it at all, therefore, it has enormous variety. You're going all the way from what is the Vickers Mark VI at the very beginning of the British Expeditionary Force before they had anything that could hit anything, right the way through at the end of the war to having the first Centurions. So, I mean, the variety in that period is absolutely vast. And once you start to take in some of the fringe nations, such as being in Finland or Hungary or Czechoslovakian forces, and desert warfare versus heavy bocage warfare, again, it's a period with, huge amounts of variety, within it. So it's another extremely rich period. And I think other periods have appeals for different reasons. I've always loved the Napoleonic sort of area.
Yeah.
And that's an interesting one because at first glance, it doesn't have that same variety, does it? Because there's a difference between the British and the French style of fighting a bit. But fundamentally, all the armies are sort of similar. And you get a bit of command structure. But I think the bit that in that era is very interesting. It's sort of the crux point where there's an even balance between foot, cavalry and firepower.
Yes.
So it's interesting for a different reason. To me, it's sort of the crossroads of where all those three meet sort of equally powerful. And you go a bit later, you start to get towards the Franco-Prussian War and American Civil War. The firepower is starting to dominate, so full formations and cavalry are no longer the force that they were in the past. So you've lost it. And if you go much before it, the firepower isn't quite enough to stack up against the hand-to-hand combat. So I think I've always found Napoleonics in 7 Years' War to Napoleonics sort of really interesting because it's got a different type of appeal. It's got balance. It's got amazing balance.
Someone I know likened it to it's sort of the rock paper scissors period of warfare, in that the three components are equally balanced and depending on what you've got.
Yes, good scissors, good paper, good rocks. Yes. Yeah. I can see why he says that. I mean, I think that's certainly how I would see that period as well. I think it's got a really interesting balance between those three. And in a way, World War II does that as well. If you look at infantry, tank, and air, I think they're reasonably balanced. Whereas you go to periods more close to where we are now, air power is dominant.
That probably depends on which period of war you pick, because certainly the late war on the Western Front, it's more a case of the Germans not having any air power, I guess.
I think that's more it. If it has free reign, then it becomes quite... But I think that's exactly it. It's at the end of the era, at the end of that period, you're starting to get air dominating, and it's dominating on the land war, and it's dominating the sea wars as well in the Pacific, isn't it, by then? Yeah. So I think it is a cut-over point where that sort of twist starts to occur as well. So again, that's an interesting period in terms of its balance, and a period. I don't know if you've looked at the website. Actually, we're working. The next set of rules I'll bring out as the War Games Zone is a World War II setting.
Yeah, I have been quite intrigued by that actually. Yes, I mean, I'd say especially considering what you brought out so far, I'm thinking, what's he going to do next? And obviously we can come on to that a bit later.
Yeah. Happy to throw a few snippets out of what we're up to. But yes, we've got some really interesting stuff going on. So, and of course, now I've sort of retired from mainstream work. Once we get this house sorted out in about 4 weeks' time, I've got a lot more time on my hands. So, I'm looking forward to bringing a whole load of ideas out of their boxes and bringing them to fruition so people can enjoy them. So it's a bright future from that point of view. It'll be nice to be able to indulge all these interests.
As you say, we kind of come through to the point where you decided, right, okay, I could do with writing a new set of rules, and you gave yourself some parameters to work with. What were those parameters?
I gave myself, I think, about 7 different objectives. Whether I'll be able to remember them all off the top of my head, I'm not sure. So keep counting. We'll see how we get on. The first fundamental one is to create something that was fresh and different. Yeah. Because there's a lot of rule creation that is recycling or adapting. And it's not that easy to come up with something truly fresh. So I would argue, going back, DBM was truly fresh when Phil first came up with DBM. It was a fresh concept. Mm-hmm. So I wanted to find something that was fresh. There were then some conditions about the games themselves that I wanted to create. So could I find something that would do the feel bit that I mentioned earlier? Because I did find with a lot of games, and even with Field of Glory, a lot of the armies didn't have the character that I really wanted them to have. So I thought there was great space to bring a lot more character into the armies and have them really come alive in their style. Yeah. So that was a second objective. A third objective was pace. I think as we've progressed, all of us want to be able to get games to resolve in a reasonable amount of time. And you don't want them dragging on too much. So I actually wanted to speed the game up and find a way where you could actually make the game more dynamic and faster moving. Right. Another one was interactivity. I'd always looked at games and thought, well, it's interesting, isn't it? A lot of games you sit there and it's your go. Right. I'll sit here and watch you do loads of stuff. And then you can sit and watch me do loads of stuff. I thought, wouldn't it be nice if we could have something that was more simultaneous in some sort of shape or form, where both of you are sort of fully engaged all the time, rather than sitting waiting for the other side to do a lot of things. Yeah. So that was another one I had on the list. The other thing I wanted to do was to try and find something that had a double power. One that was easily accessible. That's sort of the word I was using at the time. I find a set of rules that's very accessible, so that it won't be difficult for people to pick it up and have a go and start having fun. Mm. And it won't therefore be in any way exclusive. It will be something that your everyday club player or evening player will find relatively easy to get going with and start having lots of fun with. So it wasn't designed for the competition circuit alone. It was designed for the wider audience. But then with enough edge in it that it will suit a competition player if they want to play it. But it's more to find something that all war gamers would enjoy and have fun with, and hopefully we'll gather more of them out of the club circuit into competitions, because the competitions just get more fun the more people you have involved. Yeah. So to create that accessibility and appeal. To make them modern, so to find some different ways of using modern technology so that we can actually make full use of forums and web-based items. And in fact, take a very simple principle that we use the modern technology to do the bits that suit modern technology, but let's not take away what suits us in an old-fashioned style. Yeah. I think we all do like paper. We like books. We like being able to browse things. It's easier when you're playing to have something that you can flick through. But equally, the capacity to do things on forums and to use the web to provide clarifications, information, and put on the web all the things that need to be updated on a regular basis. So the classic for me as a game designer is point systems. Point systems are just a wonderful beastie, because if you put them in a book and you hardwire them, you're stuck. Yeah. It's really difficult to change them. We had exactly this issue when you look at FOG, and DBM had it in the past. And you find yourself updating the rules and you're thinking, well, actually what I need to update is a point system. But that's pretty difficult. We've got it printed in all these different books. Mm. And if you're not careful, you can end up rewriting the rules to fit the point system rather than the other way around, which is real tail wagging the dog exercise.
Yeah.
So actually, if you can have the point system online so it's totally updatable, that takes away that sort of issue, you see. And then another one, I don't know whether I've got near 7 yet, and another one was
5 or 6.
so I must be pretty close. I'm not doing bad. And then my other one was to actually try and complete the circuit of the way different people like to play games. So rather than see it as a tabletop war game, the way I started to think was I'd really like to create something that with one system can be a tabletop war game, can be a board game. Because one thing I did skip going back in my gaming history is I actually published 2 board games.
Oh, right.
Nothing non-military at all. Little niche board games. One called Caveman.
Yeah.
It's a strapline cameo trade survive, which is a hoot, and another one called Colours, which is a little heavy thinking strategy game. Both launched at Essen in Germany at the game shows in Germany.
Right.
So I was quite involved with the board game community as well, and thought, well, wouldn't it be great to have a single system that could also be a really good board game, and then I'd like it to be a computer game as well.
Right.
So that you complete the triangle of all three. So with one concept, have all three in action, because people access the game in different ways, and there's a market of, I don't know, maybe 10,000 serious ancient war gamers around the world, perhaps something like that.
Yeah,
might be 20, but it's not 100.
Right.
But there are markets for hundreds of thousands of people who like board games and would probably like playing an ancient battle on a board game if they could find something accessible. And there are millions of people who like playing military-style iOS computer games. So wouldn't it be brilliant to combine them so that the ardent player can play all three, but actually we could have somebody pick up Mortem et Glorium like through a computer game, quite enjoy it, and go, well, that's interesting. There's a board game version. Well, I might get that. Well, that's interesting. You can play it on a tabletop with hundreds of painted figures. That looks interesting. And that way, we might actually grow this hobby, which has got far too few young people in it, you see.
Command and Colours is the obvious example, isn't it?
Exactly, indeed. Command and Colours is indeed the obvious example. Yes, exactly. So if you had another board game that had the appeal of Command and Colours, the board game, but was transferable to a tabletop game for people to do the style of wargaming that we do, what a great way to attract people into our hobby, into the core bit of our hobby, which I do feel the hobby really needs. You know, we really need to attract more people into it. You just go to any of the clubs and look around them in the UK, and you just see a lot of grey hair. Yeah? And it's harsh to say it, but we need to attract more young people.
I'm saying nothing just at the moment.
Yeah, well, yes, indeed.
But no, that said, I don't know. I think I'm the only one who I actually run a club for my sins, and actually. Thinking about it, I think we've got members ranging from 20 to 60 and older.
Yeah, well, that's good. I mean, yeah.
I think there are games that are starting to drag in the younger players. Thinking of things like Malifaux, War Machine, even things like Dreadball, actually.
I'm absolutely 100% with you, and the Star Wars games as well are another one.
Yeah, well, they're and again, they are
very big.
Well, the nice thing about those is that they are almost marketed as a board game, which removes, and also because of the media tie-in, it removes perhaps a little bit of the, quote, stigma, quote, associated with it being a war game. And once you've got them, pause for evil cackle.
Well, I think that's evil cackle back. That's exactly my thought.
Gateway drug is the phrase we use.
Yeah, no, but it's good. I mean, it's all about exposure, isn't it? Giving people exposure things. And what I love about that is you can get somebody playing a Star Wars board type game with the spaceship and stuff, and next to them is an ancient board game, say, and they look at it and go, oh, yeah, I wouldn't mind being Spartacus for an hour or two. Let's give it a go.
Or even Tanks, which is a game of great contention on this podcast.
You just won't let it lie, will you? You just keep bringing it back up.
No, I won't. I know how many people at our club play it, and how many people have come down, played it, and gone, "Oh, I wonder what else we can play."
Well, what a great translation! What a great game to move people across. You see,
whether or not you think it's no more realistic than X-Wing or Wings of War, Wings of Glory. But if it gets people in the door...
Exactly. And that was exactly my thought with this, is let's not have it a niche thing on the wing for the just serious war gamers. Let's make it for the appeal of general club play, and then let's get some access mechanisms for people to find it and have some stepping stones to come and discover it and go, oh, this is rather good.
Well, I like that.
Okay, so let's delve into Mortem Et Glorium a little bit more, shall we? I mean,
yes.
Obviously, the first thing that kind of really strikes you when you see it is that it's a bit different from your standard action set of rules, in the fact it comes in a whopping great big folder, as opposed to a softback or a hardback set of rules. And it's like,
Indeed.
Oh, that's interesting. So why that? I mean, I can fully appreciate one, but why did you actually make that decision? Because it is very different from everything else that is currently on the market, isn't it?
Yeah, it is. And I made that decision from one very simple point, which is I decided people needed books. We need paper, but it needs to be adaptable.
Yeah.
So while it's great to have a printed book is completely non-adaptable. You can't add anything to it, and you can't replace anything in it. Whereas done as a folder, and already I'm finding this with the players, I can issue a set of army lists or a set of clarifications or some diagrams, and they just print them, hole punch them, stick them in the back of their folder, and they've still got the entire...
Flashback to my childhood days for helping my father update ICL computer manuals.
Oh my word!
Exactly the same way.
And same way, and it's very sensible for a lot of those things. It works very well. As you see, the quality of what's inside is book quality.
Oh yeah,
and of course you can always issue the updates as a PDF.
Indeed, and people
print and punch and.
Indeed, and people can print. I mean, and actually, interesting. This morning, I had an email from somebody. There's a few hundred sets out now, and they've got one page that's misprinted in their set, and I just did a PDF of the page, scanned it and did a PDF, sent them the PDF, they printed out, stuck it in their folder, all happy. So it gives adaptability, and it means if I issue some amendments even, rather than having sticky tape all over it, I can say, well, here's pages 12, 16 and 23. Just print them out, stick them in your folder, you're up to date. So there's lots of possibilities with it, but people are also finding it's good because the army lists, you see, are all PDFs and are all online. Again, so we can keep them adaptable, so we don't get stuck. We can adjust them. And what they're doing is when they go to a competition, they just print out the PDF for their army and a spare, and they pass it to their opponent. And as they're playing armies, they're sticking armies in their folder. So it sort of gives a receptacle for the whole game, really.
Yeah.
In one place. So people are loving the fact it's a folder, actually. And as you say, it's different. So in a sense, that gives it some immediate, that's intriguing. But it's got a very practical reason.
I mean, it is such a practical reason. Why don't you think it's not really been done on a massive scale before?
I don't really know, if I'm honest. I don't know. No, I have no answer to that. I mean, books are a sort of more standard thing to do, I suppose.
Yeah.
And I suppose in the old days, the book manufacturing had a particular niche. I mean, maybe it's the advance of digital printing makes it more viable, because you can digitally print the folders and digitally print the internal pages now at some sensible cost, whereas probably in the old days, giving it all to a book manufacturer to do the whole lot was a fraction of the cost of doing it as separate entities.
Yes.
So it may be just the technology is allowing it more easily in recent years, but when I costed it was about the same, and I thought, well, that for me is a more flexible way to do it, and a more adaptable way to do it. And people could stick their own notes in quite easily and all the rest of it. So yeah, so it is a bit different from that point of view. You're right.
Cool. Well, so obviously, you've outlined the design objectives that you had for the game. So let's open the book, delve into things, and let's have a look at exactly how you put all this together. First off, there is a whole pre-game sequence that you've put together for even before you put figures on the table, haven't you?
Yeah, that's another thing I wanted to try and do is when we play war games most of the time, we're playing the role of a senior general. But if you look back at history, hope you'll agree with this, but much of the good work of senior generals is done before the battle's ever fought.
Yeah.
It's all done to try and bring the opposition to battle at the right time, right place. And that's never really reflected much in any rule set. So one of my initial ideas was to think, well, is there a way I can bring in the effect of having better generals into the pre-battle bit? So I came up with this idea of having a game within a game that's very short. And have any of you played it? Or you've seen it played, haven't you, Neil? I don't think you've played it.
Yeah, I've actually played it. I have actually played it. Yeah, we've had a go. Yeah.
So the game within a game's got to stay short because it can't run for very long, or it interrupts the principle of trying to get games finished well inside 3 hours.
Yes, quite. Yeah.
But you can do a little game within the game, and it's designed to represent the 5 days before a battle.
Yeah.
So what will happen is if you've got a really mediocre general, and I've got Julius Caesar, and we invade you, you will try and stick your army somewhere. But over the course of the 5 days, with the way the system works, there's a good chance Julius Caesar will be good enough to weasel your army out of the terrain they're in, and through a bit of forcing you to forage or struggle or find new territory, bring you to battle on a battlefield that more appeals to you.
Yeah.
So it's a very quick and easy way of reflecting the fact that high-quality generals did good work before a battle, rather than just during a battle.
It's there was a concept back in the day on my one and only episode of my podcast before this lot nabbed me. I was talking about the concept in wargaming of context for club nights, and one of the things about playing, unless you're playing a campaign down a club, it's very much a case of you, me, copy of WAB, 2,000 points each, set up random terrain, and let's go. And there is no context. And it sounds like what you've got here is a nice, quick and dirty way of producing enough context to make it interesting.
Exactly. High-speed context. Very good way of expressing it. Yeah. Exactly right. You almost always have a bit of a narrative to the pre-battle bit. And the narrative will go something like this: the Gallic army sort of pitched itself 5 days before the battle up in the hillsides, surrounded by forests, and stood there for 3 days. But on the 4th day, ran out of food and had to come down from the hillsides and found itself on an open plain where it got trapped the day after by a Roman army in the open.
And I guess you also end up with a slightly clearer concept of who's attacking and defending as a result as well, do you?
You do indeed. Yes.
Yes.
You absolutely do. You're very clearly in somebody's territory. Yes. And the terrain is somewhat driven by that. So it gives people seem to really enjoy it. It's got a really quick game within a game. It takes no more than 5 minutes to actually play out the context bit, and then you're setting up.
I was going to say it takes 5 minutes, 10 minutes tops, isn't it?
Yeah, and actually I designed it so the time you spend doing the pre-battle context bit speeds up the setting up of the terrain, actually, because it predetermines some things that otherwise you would do more randomly.
Yeah.
So it sort of neutralizes itself really in terms of time consumed. I track that quite carefully. So yes, so you've got that interesting bit at the beginning. So there's a bit of context at the beginning. And the other nice thing about that, going back to what I said about campaigns, is it gives you an instant ready-made way of looking at campaigns, which was another reason for having it there, because that entire system can then be coded into a campaign setting. So if you go on the website at the moment, you will see that Simon Clark has put up a campaign setting for the Slave Revolt Wars with Rome.
Oh, yes.
And it uses the system on the maps to actually dictate the type of terrain using the system from the rules. So it also is ready-made to adapt and provide a segue into campaign settings. So it has another additional purpose. But yes, so that's out of the way pretty quickly, but it gives you some context to the battle. Indeed. Exactly right.
Okay. So then, before we... so having gone through initial setup and then obviously there are some deployment parameters that come out of that and what have you, and we'll go into how do you choose your army later. But then, we're at the point where we have deployed and we have our armies arrayed before us. The way the game is played, command and control is and the way the turn sequence works is quite different from like especially if for example you're used to playing if you've had a DBM or a FOG background, it's now very different, isn't it?
Yeah, it is. It's as I look back through things, I'm a big card player as well. I play bridge quite seriously
Right.
as another thing that's a friend from the past. And I've always looked at cards and dice as being our two great gaming devices. And one of my thoughts to try and get this a really neat system to work really well was to combine that with colour and have some card dice colour combination to drive the system, which is where it's eventually ended up.
Right.
So all of your command and control is driven by cards, which of course is completely different to anything that you've seen in the past in this kind of game. And the cards come in 5 colours: black, white, green, yellow, red, in order from the least useful to the most useful. So blood red is the most useful thing you can land in the game, which has a certain character to it. And different generals get different numbers of those cards, and the better cards allow better things to happen. And if you've got a Roman army that's heavily drilled, it won't need very complicated, it won't need very high quality cards to do what it wants to do. If you're trying to run a Gallic army full of tribal barbarians, it'll need some quite high grade cards to do the types of things you want to do. So the whole command and control system is really quite interesting. And then the other twist in it, which is great with cards, is it allowed me to do the thing I was talking about earlier about having you fully engaged all the time.
Yes.
Because once you've got a set of hidden cards, you can actually say to yourself, well, I don't need to sit there and watch what you do. I'll now do alternate card play. So rather than you doing a full turn and move your entire army, I'll do an action, you do an action, I'll do an action. So you now get the counterplay action going on all the time in terms of how the battle evolves. So both players are fully engaged in the game. So you do get that all sorts of interesting twists going on as you get more skillfully playing it. If you're a gamer, there's a lot of interesting stuff about sequencing and order and how you manage your cards.
Yeah.
If you're a gamer light who wants the fun part of it, but without stretching the brain too much, you've just got a very entertaining, interactive way of playing a game. So there's a different thing that comes out for that type of audience. So it's very different. It's driven by this card system. And if you set up your army at the beginning and draw all black and white cards, which is unlikely, you're not going to have much fun for the first turn.
Indeed not. Now obviously, you have a single card deck between the two players.
Yes.
And the distribution of the different colour cards isn't even, is it?
No, there's, the red cards being the very best. There are only 6 of those in a pack of 54 cards. There are 8 of the black ones, which are the worst. I think there are 20 greens from memory, or might be 16. So there's more of the middle cards, so it's distributed around the centre.
Yeah.
The different card, a black card doesn't allow you to do anything unless you've upgraded it with a general. General's allowed to pull a card up one level when they're doing a move. So black is kind of a dead card. I did have the pleasure when I was playing at BritCon of drawing 7 of the 8 in the first round of the game, which was fun. Which basically meant my ancient British army, having been pulled out of the forest, were now still having breakfast.
I was going to say, it's one of those things, you draw that card and go, okay, I'm doing nothing this turn then.
Oh, yeah, exactly. I only had 9 cards in total, and I had 10 in total, and I think 7 were black. Okay, we'll see what you do while we have breakfast, shall we? so it can happen, but it's quite rare. That's fairly extreme. But the better cards, the red cards, will allow the better troops to do quite interesting things. So a Roman with a red card who's well away from enemy can probably turn 90 degrees and move twice with a whole bunch of troops. So you get the whole effect of the drilled maneuverable armies versus the undrilled armies out of the colour system. And the colour system's quite a nice way of doing it. It's very visual, it's very appealing. And one of the nice things I've found about it is whenever I've played the game somewhere where the public have been around, which I've done on a couple of occasions, they're intrigued, because they look at it and it's very sort of visually appealing and interesting.
Yeah.
So it's got a lot of command and control in it. It's a command and control game. I say to people when they play the game, there are a bunch of quick reference sheets. There's only one that really matters, which is the one which is the cost of making the different moves, because that's the game of being a general. Everything else is just consequences.
Yes.
And the principle of the game design is to have most of your brain power applied to being a general, and the minimum spent working out the consequences. And that was a really important part of the principles of the game. So you should find when you were playing that you spent most of your time and most of your brain power would have been figuring out how to use your cards, not who you killed. That's just a consequence that is relatively easy to figure out, you see.
once you've read the rules a couple of times, and actually this even worked on, I did a boot camp day to Battlefield Hobbies, and we basically were taken through the rules in the morning, and then in the afternoon we effectively, for the vast majority of the time, played off 4 quick reference sheets, and that is really all you need. It does work really, really well like that, because especially if you've been a gamer, most of it is simply common sense and what you've done before, isn't it?
No, I'm really pleased you said that. Yeah, that's really good. It's designed to be very intuitive.
Yeah.
So once you get the basic concepts of, good colours allow you to do good things, and there's a few times you use 2 cards to do even better things. Once you've got that basic principle in your head, you start guessing what the answer is going to be. Look at the chart and go, that's pretty much what I thought it would be. Yeah, off we go.
Yeah.
So it is quite accessible, and I'm pleased you said that. I mean, people have. We had one chap come to the BritCon launch competition, 16 players. He turned up having bought the rules. He'd never played a game before the Friday the competition started. Never, not once.
Right.
So he sat down with me and played 1 game in the morning, and then played 6 competition games and loved it.
Mm.
So it's very, very accessible. It's really quite easy to get your head around. It's not easy to play really well. That's quite a challenge. But to get going and to play it okay and have fun with it is relatively easy. And that's one of the important bits of accessibility for me.
Yeah.
It gets it going quite quickly. And in trial games with people, what I tend to do is set up their arm. And I went one step, I did the first move for both sides, explain what I was doing using the chart. Said, I'm going to move both your troops for 1 turn, just to do 1 turn. And then, right, you can take over now. And second turn, they're all getting going and largely getting it right with a few tweaks. And by the time they're into turn 4 of a game, sort of halfway through a game, they've basically got the hang of it.
Yeah. Yeah. Okay, so let's go back to this, especially the most important chart of the game where you're playing general. Okay, and that is obviously all to do with manoeuvring your troops and how your army is actually commanded. So we've explained that, okay, everybody's got a hand of cards, you've got different colour cards, and depending on what colour the card is means that certain troops can do different things. How does it actually work in practice on a given turn?
On a given turn, if we're playing each other, you and I are going to alternate actions. So if we're in the movement bit, I will take the chart, and basically what the chart is just a list. It's a list of all the different types of moves you can do, and the simplest move on the chart is move some troops ahead their full distance, and that's going to be fairly cheap. Okay, so for drill troops, that's a white card, which is only 1 up from the black basic card. So anything better, white or better, and you can advance them forward their full amount. That's actually true for all the different troop types. So even tribal ones can do that.
Yeah.
The next most difficult move is to do a move directly forward, but a short move. And what you'll find when you get to that one is the drill troops can still do that for a white card, but the tribal troops, and there's another one in the middle called formed, then need a green card, so it's upgraded. And you work all your way down the list, and gradually you'll get to much more complex moves, such as doing double wheels, which is a green card for drilled, I think, but it's going to be a red card for anything tribal.
Yeah.
So what we'll do is we'll look down and we'll look at the possible options for the troops we're going in and go, well, I fancy doing that. And all you do is play the card that's relevant for the move that you're doing with the troops. And then there's one important twist to the tale, which is if you play another coloured card, you can actually convert a move into what's called a block move and move multiple units, if I call them units for now, multiple units together in a single move. And that depends on the grade of the general. The best generals who are legendary can move 5 together. So Genghis Khan, at his very best with an expensive card, could retire backwards 5 entire units of Mongol cavalry on his own with 2 cards.
Yeah.
And the whole lot will just fall back in one go. So it's very fast moving because you really just pick a card and move it. And actually once players have played well, so me playing somebody who's played a lot, you've pretty much got the card in the hand before the other person's finished their move.
Yeah. Because
it's not often they do something that makes you think, oh, hang on, I need to rethink. You've generally got a few thoughts in your mind, and you rattle through it at a fair old pace. The other thing to get used to with the game, which does catch people out initially if they're used to playing a lot of the other games in the past, is the distances are quite substantial. So the game moves very quickly. You probably found that when you played it. The pace at which troops close and the pace at which you maneuver is very rapid. And that's deliberate because the whole game is accelerated so that you can play out a game with quite a lot of troops in a relatively sensible amount of time.
Yeah.
So when we did DBM or FOG, I think the movement distance of a 50mm based light horse was 5 inches, I think. In this game, it's 6 base widths. So it's 240 centimeters instead of 15 centimeters, instead of 12.5 centimeters. And you can double move them at times. So if you stay well enough away, some Hunnic troops who are in skirmish formation might go a complete 12 base widths or 480 millimeters or half a meter in one go, one single move. And all the combat and shooting is accelerated to go with it. So when it's balanced up, it means the speed of the game is rapid. And that's really important because what you find in a lot of games, and you may have found it in some of your plays, if you sit down for the first hour or so, the game is just evolving to find its positions.
Yeah.
And I looked at a lot of games and thought, well, that's interesting because you don't need to spend an hour and a half getting there. You could get there in half an hour.
Mm.
You'll be in exactly the same place because it's all about play and counterplay. It'll just happen more quickly.
Yeah.
So in Mortem Et Glorium, the sort of preamble bit in the game happens a lot faster. It has the same big initiatives in it. You have to be more decisive and do them earlier. It has exactly the same sort of freedoms to do things, but it evolves more quickly.
Yeah, very much so. So you'll tend to find that, especially your skirmish troops, for example, will usually be in some form of combat by turn 2.
Yeah, indeed. Yeah, you usually will be. In fact, when we were at Brickon, hysterically, we had a giant ambush in the middle of Sand Dune, and the Caesar's 10th Legion was in full combat during the charge phase of turn 1.
The charge phase? Okay.
yeah. Two ambushes, both sides ambushed in opposite sides of a giant sand dune. They found themselves in charge of each other. So it was quite funny. But yeah, generally speaking, you're in turn 2, there's lots of action already. Yeah. And in turn 3, usually there are charges going on of main battle troops. So the whole game is accelerated at a pace where the action starts early. And that really is good because it gives you a chance of playing games out that finish. And again, just citing Brickon as an example, in there we had 16 players, 6 rounds, so plenty of games, and 72% of the games finished properly inside the time frame, which is quite unusual. Competitions these days, you'll often get a lot of draws.
Yeah.
Marginal wins. And these are big wins, i.e. one army or other has broken.
Yeah.
So it gives you the chance. And now what we're finding is the players who are playing quite a lot. Usually I'll finish a full-size 12,000 point game, which is a big army. That's a proper-sized army in 2.5 hours. From start to finish.
Well, that's going to. Yeah. Okay, so we've talked a bit about command and control, and also, I mean, the one thing we haven't mentioned, of course, is the fact that how this command and control is managed in the fact that you have several generals of different quality, which you then attach to parts of your army, but you decide who's in command of what, don't you?
You do, yeah. Armies had command and control structures, and that's they did. That's one of the things that you want to try and reflect. But importantly, not that many of them preset them on a campaign. So certainly Roman armies were designed with a particular structure, but most army commanders, for their top generals, their leading generals, chose a wing or a centre and gave them a role for that particular battle. And if you look at the next battle, they may have a completely different role. So the system is designed so what you do is you deploy your troops, and after you've deployed your troops, you allocate generals to those commands at that time. So that's a way of representing the fact that you've designed the plan for the battle, not had a preset one. Of course, if you're a Roman running a Roman army, you'll probably end up with something that looks pretty preset anyway, because of the nature of the design of the army. So it works perfectly well. So once you've done that, you then get cards for each of your individual generals, and your generals get numbers of cards depending on their quality. So you have a lot of decisions to make in the early part of the game and pre the game. You've got to decide how many generals of what quality to take. So do you take one great general and a bunch of poor ones? Or do you take a balanced set? And then you've got the decision to make of how to structure the commands. And you'll find to play well, you've got to think about what you're doing. You can't just dump the figures on the table and think of your plan afterwards. You really do need to think about how your generals and troops are going to interact for the battle. Because you may well take a very bad general and give him a lot of troops to command if they're going to play a very defensive role, because then they won't need to take that many actions. But if you make that mistake and suddenly discover they need to play a very aggressive role, you'll be stranded. You won't have the cards to do it. So there's a huge amount of command and control optimization and thinking in the game if you want to do it well. And usually, I find if I play somebody who's quite good and at the end they go, made a bit of a mess of that, they'll usually go back and say, I made a mess of how I did those generals and those commands.
Yeah. And of course, obviously, the thing is with the fact that it's a card-driven command system, you've immediately got that sense of friction in place, haven't you? That obviously, depending on your card draw and where you've allocated your generals, there are times when you just simply are not going to be able to do what you want to do.
Yeah, indeed. And actually, the great skill in a game like that is to minimize the damage of when you get bad cards. You really think about it. And that's really what the best players will be doing. So if you can make sure you're always building a plan that is unlikely to be stifled by bad cards, it will be stalled, but it won't be stifled, then you're doing a pretty good job of managing the command and control side of the game.
Yeah. Okay, so that's command and control. Let's move on to looking at the turn sequence, because the turn sequence is slightly different to what most people are used to when playing Ancients games. There's a theme. As I say, there's a theme starting here, isn't it? It's slightly different to what you've known before. It is,
yeah. Well, I threw away the rule book, if I could express it that way, and started afresh. Thought, well, I'll try. With everything that I do, I'll rethink it just to see if I can challenge any received wisdoms, whether it's in army designs, army lists, or rules. So yeah, there are a couple of things in there that are important and different and quite different about it. The two most fundamental, I would say, is where shooting occurs in the sequence. Because we're probably more used to rules where you move your troops and then you shoot your troops.
Yes.
Whereas in this system, what happens is your troops shoot if they are ever charged, or if anybody charges across them. So you've sort of got a reactive bit of shooting that's within the charge phase, which is the first main phase. And then the rest of shooting occurs before movement. And that's really quite important in terms of how the system works, because it's much more reflective of if you've got shooting troops, establishing them in a position to shoot, rather than having them dancing around too much, doing things that are quite unrealistic.
Yeah. So I was going to say, so why do it that way around? So often we are so used to going right, move troops, and then they get a shoot phase before. It's like movement, shoot, melee. And that's so ingrained into us, and then all of a sudden you've got to go, well, hang on a minute.
It takes a little while to get used to. Well, there were two things I came up with when I went back to fundamentals that sort of ripped up the rule book a little bit. I said, well, we've done it like that for a long time, but from a game point of view, it allows shooty troops to dance around a lot, put themselves in great positions, without the opponent being able to react. Because of the way the game systems work, if you do everything, and you can move all your troops and then shoot all your troops, you're getting a sort of double benefit out of that.
Yeah.
And then the other side of it, I decided, was one of the biggest effects reading about missile fire that is not reflected in any rules is just the chaos it causes and the slowing down of enemy troops through some chaos. So I decided if I put those two things together, what I should have is a system where you shot before you move, so it was dependent on what position you set up previously. But I should introduce something that had a slowing effect of shooting on the enemy. And that turned into a really important concept for how the rules deal with everything to do with shooting, and especially how it deals with the effects of skirmishes. And the slowing effect of fire is a big new concept that I've not seen in anything else, but it works really, really well.
That was something that massively struck me. I was like, wow, I've not seen this before, and I loved it.
I think it's a really important breadth, because one of the really interesting things in DBM, going back to DBM, when I played DBM really well, is your classic way as a competition player to win a DBM game was to use a very small number of Lightfoot men in loincloths to hold up forever hundreds of pikemen, which they could do with impunity. They could just sit in the way and go, no, you can't shove me around. And I thought that's just plain silly, really. So when would a skirmisher really slow down heavy battle troops? well, it's never going to slow them down if they get close enough to fight them. They're going to run away. The way it slowed them down was by harassing them enough that it disrupted their ranks, made them stop to reform, irritated them, basically. So actually, the slowing effect is what good skirmishing does.
There is actually, Neil, one set of rules that I can think of that does it this way round. Principles of War.
Oh, wow. Okay.
The turn order, which is corpse level Napoleonic.
Yeah, you're right. It
is charge, reaction, shooting, melee, and initiative and movement in that order.
Yes,
but it's full on I go, you go.
Yes, it's all I go, you go, but it is in that order. So this does the sequencing of shooting that way, but not the all I go, you go. It's I do a bit, you do.
So
I
wasn't for a minute suggesting you were swiping it, but it's not.
No.
It's one of the things that made me stop to think when I was playing Principles of War is why has he done it this way? And I think a lot of it is what you said.
Well, I think it's pretty fundamental in some of the in some games. If you watch some games in action, that you can really pile a huge amount of pressure on with shooting troops, which is just terribly unrealistic because they're moving into a position to shoot without anybody being able to react at all. I mean, the other great thing in this system, of course, is you've got action reaction. So you can't engineer a position quite so easily because your opponent has always got an opportunity to do something with their troops.
Yeah.
Until you've done sort of 12 actions each, the thing isn't fully resolved. So you might advance your bowmen and put them in a position to shoot at some enemy cavalry, and then discover that they managed to manoeuvre some quite nasty infantry into the space in between later in the turn. So there's a lot to think about when you come to setting up these particular situations. But it's an awful lot more realistic, you find, when you play it. And the slowing effect of fire is really quite fundamental and really quite interesting in terms of how it operates. Because what happens is you slow enemy troops depending on how much you hit them, but the enemy troops themselves can use their generals to prompt those troops back forward. So it sort of reflects, if you imagine some general leading some troops who are being hammered by bowfire and are grinding to halt and slowing down, but he sort of plows into the front rank and goes, "Come on, chaps, we can get through this. Charge, charge, charge."
Yes, but obviously at the subsequent issue of the fact that then that takes an extra command in order to do so. So you're doing that, and then making that decision, as opposed to then suddenly having less flexibility to have another order.
Indeed. So the slung effect of fire has a command and control cost on your opponent if they want to compensate for it.
Yeah.
Indeed. So it has some really interesting dynamics, and if you start playing the big skirmisher armies, you really see it come out. It's really quite interesting how it operates. So yes, quite proud of that particular invention. It's quite good.
Yes, it works really well. But when we played it, it really made us think, because you're so used to saying, "Right, we're moving forward." I mean, especially when you're moving forward with a unit of bowmen, and then suddenly realising, well, actually, I haven't got a target until next turn. And all sorts of issues can happen in the meantime.
I think that's exactly right. And as a commander, it takes away a little bit of the perfection of control that war games sometimes give us. I mean, even by a sort of another little explanation, that slowing down effect is an effect on people charging as well. So if a bunch of knights, if we take the Agincourt scenario and you play that one out, the real reason they get stuck is because they stall. I mean, the mud made it terrible in reality as well. So if we add the mud to the rules as well, that does it even more. But the main point is, as you charge in, and you charge in from just inside 4 base width, so you're just inside range, in most rules, you know you're going to make it.
Yeah.
In these rules, you don't. In these rules, you get shot at. At worst, you might have been slowed by 3 base widths, and you've only gone forward 1. And there you are in chaos, stuck, unless you're prepared to play a red card to actually get 3 base widths back and force them in with the general who's nearby. They won't make it. They'll be stranded in no man's land. And if you play Agincourt out in these rules with the right command structures, that basically is what happens. The French knights get stranded. They struggle to make it in. Without slowing effective fire, that can't happen in a set of rules, because you know you're going to go forward. It's a guarantee.
Neil,
yeah?
I am starting to think there's something about being called Simon and writing sets of ancient rules with innovative card-based activation systems.
Fair enough. It's a plague I'm willing to accept.
See to the strongest.
Yes, Mr. Millerman to the strongest, indeed. Hello, Simon, if you're listening. No,
indeed.
Yes. Okay. Yeah. Right. Okay. So we've. So we have declaration and resolution of charges.
Charges. Including shooting at any charges. Then you have shooting, shooting. Then you have movement. Then you have melee. So you have 2 fighting phases as well in every turn. You have a charge fighting phase and you have a melee fighting phase. So that allows you to reflect, as we did with fog, in fact, the very different effects of some troops when they first hit you versus a prolonged melee. So that remains. And then there's an end of turn phase at the back where you can do some recovering and some sorting out of things. The other important bit about the sequence, it goes back to the cards, is in most command and control systems, you're using your command and control cards during movement. Primarily, that's what they're for. Yeah. In this system, you use them all through the whole turn sequence. So there are uses for the cards in many of those phases. So you use them in the charge phase to trigger charges, to trigger intercepts, to trigger counter charges. You use them to prompt through fire, as I've just described earlier. You use them in the movement phase to do all the usual stuff. You use them in the fighting phase to do expanding more troops into combat or to do break-offs, and you use them in the end of turn phase to recover some damage. So the cards actually also, you've not just the order you play them in movement, you might want to say, well, I'm going to save these. I want to store them. And then the storing gets even better because when you get to the very end of the turn, you don't have to get rid of them. If you've got any left, you can keep them for the next turn and use them as the first part of your replenishment. So let's say you've got yourself some good cards. You might save a couple of red cards at the end, and then you can guarantee yourself 2 red cards for the next turn. And that gets really interesting because what you can do if you're clever sometimes is you can store up the cards to set up yourself a really good attack. Yeah. So you can do some really sweeping moves with a reserve, or you can set yourself up to do a whole mass of charges where you've stored the cards to break off again at the end. So you can do the Hastings type thing where you throw the Normans at the shield wall 4 times, throw them in, break them off, throw them in, break them off, throw them in, break them off.
Yeah, and of course the other thing is that with especially some of the higher value cards having a finite number, if you're holding them, you're also preventing your opponent from getting them.
Indeed,
which is which becomes important, especially when you're trying to trigger when your opponent's trying to trigger ambushes and stuff like that. But that's a kind of a very much a nitty gritty thing which you came into, but it's still quite fun. So it becomes a game, almost a game within the game, doesn't it?
Yeah, it does, and it becomes. And I mean, this is something I think is really. Well, it just creates lots of choices for you. So, as you say, if you're sitting on 4 red cards and you're a Roman playing a Gaul, one approach is to say, well, I'll spend them to recover my wounds, and that's one great use of them in a Roman army because you'll tend to gather more of them. The other one is to say, well, there are only 2 of the red ones, and looking down this chart, to do anything clever, these tribal Gauls need red cards. So I'll sit on them, and I'll use sitting on them to try and immobilize them from doing anything fancy. And I'll use my other cards, which are perfectly good enough for Romans, and I'll try and ring train them. So it creates all sorts of interesting choices. And as you say, if there are ambushes or flank marches at large, if they don't come on early, you can often block the red cards and make it difficult, which is kind of representing you realizing there's a flank march and sending some people off to interfere with it.
Yeah. Now, there's 2 big things I want to discuss as well, which we haven't gone to yet. And I think what we'll do, the first thing we'll do is we'll look at skirmishes. Because you do skirmishes, again, very differently now, don't you?
Yes. I mean, the first important thing about skirmishes in this is they don't slow down enemy battle troops at all. Not one bit. So
you've done away with this DBM issue?
Completely. I mean, if you can sit in front of a pike phalanx with thousands of men in loincloths, they will have no effect in slowing down the pike lot at all, unless they do it through the shooting effect I described earlier. They simply get pushed back.
It's also one of my pet peeves in several other rule sets.
Well, I think one of the classic errors in rule sets is you let little weak units get in the way of big strong units, artificially, and they just couldn't do it. I mean, it's complete mythology. In fact, when I was researching the rules, really interesting, I went even further. I tried to find an example of skirmishers charging battle troops in the flank or rear. And it's very difficult to find other examples other than 2, I think I found in total. And in both cases, the enemy battle troops were knackered. Excuse my French.
And yet it's the most common way of cleaning up victory points in WAB.
Well, how interesting. And it was the classic way in DBM of destroying the enemy is you charge them frontally and somehow get a man in a loincloth into the flank of a phalanx. And then he can't recon.
Oh, a phalanx which has been stopped from marching because it's got 3 skirmishers in its peripheral vision.
Indeed. So this is not wargaming received wisdom.
Not
wargaming received
understands.
utter fiction. So yeah, completely got rid of that. So if you're marching an army of Spartans across the table and somebody sticks skirmishers in the way, then you'll just keep marching. Unless they hit you with enough firepower to slow you down, you'll just keep marching and keep marching until they get driven off the table. So your skirmishers you can't use in this artificial, funny form to actually block. A compensating factor for that is skirmishers don't count towards your army. So losing them gives some victory points to the opponent, but you can't break an army by breaking its skirmishers. You have to break the main battle troops. If you don't fight and break the main battle troops, you can't destroy the army. Yeah?
Which is really interesting when you have armies made. I'm thinking something like Parthians, for example, which tend to be made up of an awful lot of, like horse archers.
72 of the bloody things.
Indeed. So in this, that army is really interesting. In this, it'll typically have, if it doesn't take any of the foot troops, it'll have 5 tugs of cataphracts. So you have to knock out 3 of the 5 cataphracts to destroy the army. And it'll have swarms of light horse, which are largely disposable.
The world's biggest traffic management problem with the whole light horse, basically.
It will, yeah. They actually look very good in Meg if you've seen it in action, because all skirmishers shoot to full effect 3 deep. So that really does look like a swarm, because you'll get wings of 12 wide, 3 deep. I have on one wing of mine. It was 48 light horse in a gigantic block. It looked fantastic. So they do look really, really effective. Now, that's not, so they can't slow you down. So they don't have this artificial indestructibility built into them. They're somewhat disposable. But what you then want to use them for is you want to use them to harass and mob people. So if you can harass and mob people with them, then you tend to get really good effects going on. So they are reduced, in inverted commas, to their proper role of harassing and slowing the enemy, whittling enemy down before the main battle troops get engaged, or protecting your own main battle troops from those effects from your opponents.
I believe it's called skirmishing, isn't it?
I think that is, generally speaking, what skirmishing should be. Yes, not producing artificial roadblocks in front of tanks. Yes. So we've done away with the image of a ancient skirmisher being something akin to a young student in Tiananmen Square. Yes, they don't do that anymore. So that is quite different. And then the rest of it is built into this slung effect of fire thing, which is really which you can tell works in a particular way. So if your swarm of Parthians can get enough firepower onto a hoplite army, then it will start to slow it down, because it'll eat up its command cars to get its speed back, because they'll be forced to actually slow down.
Okay, so that's skirmishers. Now, I want to come on to...
Let me just add one more thing on skirmishers, Neil, if I may.
Go on, yes, please.
The great skirmishing armies of history were very good at doing envelopments and sweeping around flanks. So the other thing that happens in Meg, which is interesting for that, is the speed at which they move allows them to get around an open flank properly in the course of a game.
Yeah.
And the flank marches are set up whereby skirmishing flank marches are relatively easy to get on the table unless you send terrible generals with them. So envelopments do actually work in Meg. So we've had a couple in the competition games of Roman armies, which one faced a Scythian army, and actually during the course of 2 hours, in fact, by the end of 2 hours, it was actually surrounded. The actually Scythians had got all the way around not around the sides, around the back. They were completely round it, and the Romans were actually effectively in a circle a la Raspina, and were fighting their way out of a circle, all within a matter of a few hours of a competition game. And that's because the pace at which skirmishers move and the way they flank march gives the skirmishing armies a proper chance to do envelopments. So for the first time in wargaming history, that combined with some of the characteristics that come on to allow a Numidian army to actually feel like a Numidian army and have a chance of winning a battle and actually doing some proper envelopments.
I do like the way skirmishes work. It is most noteworthy that, yes, all of a sudden they seem like they work properly because, as Mike's hinted, there are so many rules that, and you hear so many people going, "Oh, that's fine," but they do skirmishing wrong. So it is nice to see a completely new approach to it, and one that kind of makes sense.
And especially important in Ancients, because the Ancients era is the one where the skirmishers played this kind of role in particular. So back to the variety of armies, as you say, Parthians and Medians compared to a Spartan army. The skirmisher battle troop mix is so different. You need both types of armies to work well and to work against each other. So, yeah. No, I'm pleased you found that effective and different.
No, it's good. Right, okay. I think before we go on to the whole combat thing, I think actually at this point we need to kind of address how armies are made up a little bit, because otherwise, I think that then that would make combat make more sense.
Yeah, by all means. So yes, the armies are made up in inverted commas units. I don't use the term unit only for a simple reason that people often get confused as to what a unit is compared to a unit in real history. And most battles, if you look top down, were actually made up of a small number of senior generals. So you'd be an army commander and 2, 3, 4 at most senior generals commanding wings, centres and such things.
Yeah.
Underneath them, there would be a bunch of more junior generals, in inverted commas, with clusters of troops under them. And those clusters of troops under them would usually, in real life terms, be a multiple number of units. So if you look at Alexander the Great's great battles and whoever was commanding a big phalanx block, there'd probably be 4, 5, 6 actual phalanx units within that block. But that block was operating together under one commander.
Yeah.
So we term these blocks unit groups to reflect that. And you've two types. You've tactical unit groups, or tugs, just to give it a little nickname, which is the main battle troops, and you've skirmisher unit groups, tugs, which are the skirmish groups. So an army is made up of a bunch of tugs and sugs.
Yeah.
And there's an army builder online. So this is another part of using modern technology. There's an army builder online which has got the point system built into it, and you build your army up using the army list and using the army builder, and it'll automatically point it up for you. And the armies, typically, an army has probably got something in the region of 12 to 16 of these in total, but the mix will vary enormously in terms of what type they are. So going back to if you go back to an ancient Greek hoplite army, probably not a Spartan one because they did have a bit of junk in there, but if you took a sort of Athenian army, it'll probably have something like 12 tugs and maybe only 1 sug in the whole army.
Yeah.
And probably 10 of those 12 tugs will be hoplites. So it'll be a very standardized type of army, and it's mainly tugs. As you say, if you take the Parthian army, probably the other extreme. If you take the smallest possible version of that with cataphracts, you could have as few as 3 tugs. So you'd have 3 tugs each of 6 bases of cataphracts. And it'll probably have something like 15 or 16 sugs. 10 light horse ones and 5 light foot ones, probably, making up the army. So a completely different structure.
Yeah.
And then in terms of generals, you have to have an army commander, of course. And then you have to have at least one other general and can have up to 3 other senior generals. Most people will play with an army commander and 2 or an army commander and 3. I've seen one person try an army commander and 1. It was a Roman army and it worked rather well, actually.
Yeah.
So that was a good bit of creativity. And in terms of size, at the standard sort of sizes that we use, the 9,000 point armies, which are at the smaller end of the spectrum, are probably a little bit smaller than a typical FOG or DBM army. And the 12,000 point armies that people are tending to like best for competition games, which play out really nicely as battles, are probably about similar to a DBM doubles army in terms of number of bases, sort of 450 to 500 point DBM. So they're not that dissimilar to the armies that we've seen in past rule sets in terms of size.
Yeah.
And actually, there's nothing about them being in general bigger. It's actually more that, depending on which army it is, some tend to be a bit smaller, some are larger. So if you go to the very, very expensive troop types in Meg, you tend to find your armies a bit smaller than in those other rule sets. And if you go to the cheaper ones, they tend to be bigger.
Yeah, but typically, shall we say, if you're looking at a tug, in cavalry there'll be between 4 and 6 bases. Infantry 6 to 8.
Infantry 6 to 8 for the drill ones. The war bandy ones are 3 deep, so they tend to be in 6s or 9s. They look really chunky in 9s. My ancient British Army's got 5 of those, and they really do like proper tribes.
Yeah.
So as in 9s, they tend to be the biggest. Phalanx blocks tend to be 8s, so there'll be two files of 4. Roman legionaries you can have in 4, 6s or 8s, depending on whether you prefer a broken up command and control challenge or a tightly knit chunky force.
Yeah.
But yes, so those are the typical sort of sizes. And as I mentioned, the skirmishers shoot 3 deep. So if you're a shooty type of skirmisher and you want it that way, then the mounted ones tend to be in 6s, deployed 2 wide, 3 deep. So you tend to get 2 or 3 operating together as a swarm. And the foot skirmishers in 6s or 9s, 3 deep.
Okay, so that kind of gives people an idea of your force and what it looks like. So let's move on to combat, because at some point we are going to be in combat, and this again is where these rules differ from what's been before. Not the least because you've actually got custom dice.
I think custom dice are a great thing as long as they serve a genuine purpose.
Yeah.
So you do find sometimes they don't, but as long as they do, they're a really good idea, because they can take brain strain away. So the point of the custom dice was to take brain strain away.
Right.
So what the custom dice do basically is mean that you only have to work out one thing, which is which colour of these 5 coloured dice you're going to roll. Once you've figured out which one it is you're going to roll, you just roll it and you read the result straight off the dice. So
it saves rolling a dice and then having to look that dice result up on a combat results table.
Exactly. So you don't need to do any of that. You don't need to work out whether it's double or a third, or there's no calculation. One of the principles I wanted to try and take in the game was to use things like custom dice or cards or inventions to take things out that give us headaches.
Yeah.
So we take away some of those consequence bits. So it makes it very simple. You've one thing to do, which is you have to add up how many claims you have. That's it. There aren't even any minuses. Everything is done from your perspective. So all you're doing is adding up positives. So you fight file by file. So you'll roll the dice for each file is the fundamental of it. And then, depending on what you're up against, a little table that says, okay, I'm a long spear versus mounted, so I've got 2 for that, and I've got 1 for that. And then once you've added up that number, that's your maths is basically finished. Yeah. Because all you're doing is comparing to your opponent and going, okay, well, I'm equal with you. Well, in that case, we both roll the green dice. Or I'm 3 up on you. Okay, in that case, I roll the red dice and you roll the white dice.
Yeah.
And the dice then have got symbols on them, and it's very much like the cards. The reds are the best ones. And there are 4 different sides to the dice. So, at the heart it's dead simple. So side number 1 is a skull. Mm-hmm. And if you roll a skull, you kill an opposing base. So one of these tugs with 6 cavalry and has now got 5 cavalry.
Yeah.
It's then got a symbol which is a sword and an arrow crossed over, like a battle symbol.
Yeah.
And that's a wound, and that represents half a base and joins the unit, and that sort of is a hanging half. And if on a further roll you get another half, it converts into a base loss on that file.
Yeah, so fundamentally, that half a wound isn't limited to a particular file. It kind of floats around the entire unit, isn't it?
Joins the tug. It floats within the tug. So if we roll file 1 and we each get a wound, then we roll file 2 and get a wound again, we'll kill a base on the second file that we've rolled. So it accumulates. So it sits as a hanging risk, if you like.
Yeah.
The third symbol on there is an S. Now, the S is really important because the S brings out all sorts of character. Generically, it stands for special effect. Mm. Okay? And if you roll an S, if you've got a characteristic called shatter, which you'll get if you're somebody who's likely to punch holes in people when you charge, you create a shatter effect on that file, and it gives a big boost to the people next to you. So the way the rules system is dealing with troops that are really punchy at first contact is if they get a special effect, an S or a skull, in fact, they get this shatter effect. You put a little arrow down to remind you if you want to. There's one in the pack. You can use that. The guys next to them then get a big boost. So they're likely to punch a hole in something, and the people around them will do a lot of damage as a result.
Yeah.
the S also has other effects, shove. So the phalanx doesn't have a shatter effect. It has something called shove. And shove has a sort of grinding boost on troops next to it. So, and the S also for shooting is slow. So it goes back to the slowing effect of fire. It contributes to that. So S's are not immediate damage, but useful contributors to the next dice roll, if you see it that way.
Yes.
And then you've got blanks which do nothing. And the rule system is then geared through the 5 dice to calibrate it, because if you're an even fight, a green dice has got 1 skull, 2 wounds, 1 S and 2 blanks.
Mm.
So it has the volatility of a skull on it. The minute you're up on somebody, they'll drop down to a white dice. A white dice has no skull. It has 2 wounds and an S. So if you can make sure you're always, in inverted commas, advantaged, the volatility of the skull on the dice has gone away.
Yeah.
Which makes sense, doesn't it? The volatility exists the minute you're deemed to be equal. Anything can happen. So the volatility emerges. If you can get yourself up to red dice, a red dice has got 2 skulls, 3 wounds and an S on it. So if you're a charging lancer, you can't fail to do something. So, and the black dice, which is the very worst, has only got 1 wound and 1 S and 4 blanks. So if you can imagine the system now, the more advantaged you are, the better off you are, blah, 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 all translates into which dice you roll. The lovely bit is you just read the results straight off the dice.
And then apply them directly onto your unit, yeah.
Yeah, do what it says on the dice. You know? So I rolled a skull, one of your bases has gone. Rolled a wound, pop a wound mark. Oh, you've already got a wound. Okay, you've lost a base. S, oh, we've done a shatter. Excellent. We've punched a hole here. We've got a +2 on our neighbouring files. So you immediately blank, done nothing. The other bit that's really important in it as a game system is it's a game system where you both do damage. So it's not a game system where only the person who wins really does any damage. So a lot of game systems are set up where the winner wins and the loser takes a morale test, say. So the risk is only at all with the loser. Even if you're disadvantaged, unless you're heavily disadvantaged, you'll still roll white dice. So you'll still have a 1 in 3 chance of a wound. So poor quality troops grinding away will gradually have an attritional effect on the opponent. And that's really vital to the feel of the game, because what you find in Mortem Et Glorium is when you win your battles, you come out fairly bruised and scarred. You don't come out in immaculate parade sort of order.
Yeah.
I did used to find as a good DBM player, I could play my first 4 DMs of a 6-round competition and probably lose 3 bases. Because you knew the rules so skillfully, and it was always geared towards winning. And in Fog as well, you'll find the same. Lots of the best players, their armies will be pristine. They'll all have recovered and they won't have suffered anything. Well, in Meg, you get a different feel. You'll win your games and you'll win the battle, but you'll have a lot of bruises and bumps and missing bases by the time you finish, because there's some attritional effect in it. And that to me has some positive effect on how you play the game as well, because one of the things that's more realistic to me is if you had your best quality troops, people used to be careful with them. You know, you didn't used to throw them in willy-nilly. And that was because they would often win fights, but they would come out bruised and battered and not much use thereafter.
Yeah.
So you do have to be a little bit careful with what you do with your best companions, because you can throw them in and they'll punch a hole through something, but if they lose a base and a half in the process, they're now not looking too pretty for the rest of the game. They're looking quite battered. So it brings all sorts of interesting things into play when you do the game. It's also the means by which you can get a really good Gallic Roman thrash going on, because the goals in quantities do have an attritional treacle effect, where they grind gradually and kill gradually and cause attrition gradually on the Roman legions, even if they haven't done a massive, fantastic charge. So it is a nice feeling. I found in my test games, which is interesting, is whenever I won a battle, I kept track of how many bases I'd lost. And on average, when I won a battle properly, so I broke the opposing army, rather than have a minor victory, on average I lost 15 bases, which is quite a decent number of bases to have piled up as bodies next to you.
Yes.
Whereas if I contrast it to my DBM days, when I won a big game and knocked everything out, quite often I probably would have averaged 3 bases lost. So you don't feel like you're scarred at all, you see.
So from almost like a psychological point of view, you feel like you've been in a battle.
You do, yeah. You feel roughed up, you know. Yeah. And again, that plays better into campaign follow-ons as well, because battles have an attritional effect. So if you fight them, you want to win them, but bear in mind you'll come out a bit scarred at the end of it. So you might be vulnerable to the army that's 20 miles down the road that's gaining on you.
Yeah.
So it has all sorts of interesting effects, but it makes the games feel really interesting. I mean, one of the things I've heard said a lot about Meg from people is they've enjoyed losing. which I think is a really nice thing to hear. You know?
Yes.
Because we all like to win a game, but the most important thing is that we enjoy losing a game. You know, that it's been entertaining, you felt you've had a chance, you've done some damage. It must be very frustrating to play a game where somebody's so much better than you, the rules are so technical, that you've lost your whole force and you haven't really had a chance of doing very much at all. You know, you've got very little chance of doing anything, you've not come. My most fantastic example years ago, because I played some Warhammer with my son, and it was unfortunate, I got him playing, we turned it to a competition with the Tyranid army, which I'd spent ages painting. It was really pretty. And the first game we had was against Dark Elder. I thought, that's going to be a bit interesting. And then we deployed on the tail and we discovered that the Dark Elder was an entirely flying force. And our Tyranid was an entirely ground-based force that ran around the ground. So we actually had no chance of doing anything at all. From the minute we found out the opponent, we were doomed. And the only thing we could do is try and hard our troops on a giant wooden volcano to try and protect them, but that didn't work. So we just got bombarded from space, and my poor son who'd come along having been told wargaming is great, looking at me going, Dad, do you really spend weekends doing this? I said, don't worry, son, it'll be all right. We've got another 2 games. It'll get better, which thankfully it did, and he enjoyed it. But that to me is like the ultimate example of what you don't want. You see, you don't want a game like that, do you? That's not good for you. It's not going to be entertaining. So far better to have everybody who's won a battle to feel like they've been in a scrap, but more importantly, everybody who's lost a battle to feel like they've done some real damage.
Yes. Yes.
And there aren't many battles in history where the winners have come out unscathed, even with victors writing the history. You know, where they surely downgrade the losses enormously. Yes. Many bruised armies. You know?
Indeed. So that kind of leads us nicely on to actually, how do you win?
Well, your winning is pretty much entirely driven by how well you do your design of army, your generals, and how you use your cards. I mean, the consequences, of course, have got all sorts of ups and downs of luck involved in them. And there's a reasonable spread of it. But the game is set up so that a disaster in one particular local area can't take your army down. Right. It'll take a bit of time to do it. So it tends to balance out. You can always be unlucky and lucky in any game, of course. But you basically win by making best use of the cards in both how you've designed your army to use cards and the decisions that you make.
So, I think I was actually meaning a little bit more literally. I mean, because you talk about breaking a force.
Less philosophically, more literally.
Indeed.
Okay.
We've been talking philosophical.
How do you win? Sorry, I've drifted off. I shouldn't have had that glass of wine. The simple version is that, as I mentioned earlier, the sugs don't matter. Okay. Yeah. So, a real win is breaking your opponent's army. You break your opponent's army very simply. You break them when you've destroyed half of their main battle troops. Simple as that. And the rules for breaking a battle unit are the same. A tug breaks when it loses half its bases. So everything's dead simple in terms of the attritional effects. It's half and a half. The sugs break more easily. They break when they lose a third of their bases, so they tend to run off home a bit more quickly than the main battle troops, which again is nice and realistic, and it speeds up resolution of fights between skirmishes, so that you don't get a skirmish fight in front of battle troops that drags on forever. So it's pretty straightforward in entire way. So going back to those Parthians, if the Parthian army has only gone for three cataphract blocks, basically its army's gone if it loses 2 of the 3. That's it.
Yeah.
At that point, they all go home, and you claim a triumph, and you get maximum points for a triumph. You then get victory points for doing damage. So if you're a loser, you still get victory points, and it's dead simple system. You get 2 points per tug that you destroy, and 1 point per tug you destroy, up to 10 points. And that's it. So it's quite an aggressive scoring system in terms of how it plays, because it's not what you gain, I lose, which has got some interesting effects in it. It's actually you try and get a win, and you can still score quite a few points for doing damage. So if you beat me and destroyed my army, but I did enough damage, it would be a 15-10, which is still not a bad score for the loser.
Yes, so there is kind of vague glory in defeat.
Yeah, indeed. Yes. And actually, there's not much incentive to sit around and not do much, which is another important point in scoring systems, I think. So if you the way the scoring system works, you get 2 points for surviving a battle. So if you were to sit there and do nothing to each other and stare across the valley, refuse to do anything, you'll end up with a 2-2 draw. I think rather better to go down for a 15-10 defeat, isn't it?
Yeah, yeah, something like that. Yes.
So the system is also designed to avoid that. I don't know if you've heard the phrase corner sitting that's been used a bit in the past.
Yeah.
Not having too many games where people hide in terrain or hide in a corner and just put themselves in an invincible position and sit there for 3 hours. In all the games I've seen of Meg now, which measures many hundred, I've only seen one game which was kind of a neutralised draw where somebody was forced to draw. Every other game has been a proper aggressive fight with both sides trying to win one way or another, which is a good thing.
Yeah. Very much so. Okay. So as an overview, then, we've kind of gone through the major part of how the rules work. So, would you say this is a game that is primarily aimed at competition, or much more balanced right across the board?
In fact, if I'm honest, it's explicitly aimed at club players, really.
Right.
It's aimed at the mainstream. It's designed to be a fast-moving, really fun, entertaining game for people who like the character and feel of Ancients, but with enough twist in the way the game works. And if you're a competition player, if you start playing it to a very high standard, there's lots of specific decisions in there which will keep the competition player very engaged.
Right.
So I've played probably my most fun war games with Meg for a long time in terms of fast-moving, entertaining stuff, which I played lightheartedly, but equally against two of my best DBM opponents from the past. I played my two best war games where we've really gone head-to-head in a sort of chess-like manner, and every single card we've played, we've been thinking about sequencing, orders, when do we pass, and the whole game has turned on a very small set of mistakes. So it's really been designed to make a fun, fast-moving, full of character ancient game for everybody, but with a system that if you sort of turn the screws on it and turn it up to 10 out of 10 in terms of how you play it, turns itself into a competition game.
Mm.
Does that make sense?
Oh, very much so. Very much so.
Yeah. So you can sort of play it. You can sort of play it at different levels of dial. You see. So if you play it at a sort of 3 out of 10 level, you sort of use the speed to chuck each other in and have fun with the combat system. You can just have a good fun head-to-head smash. You put it to sort of 7 out of 10 on the dials and try to be a bit clever. Then you'll get an entertaining game that suddenly has all the feel of skirmishes and all the different armies. You turn it up to 10 out of 10, it becomes a really, really tough intellectual tussle. How it works.
Cool. Now, as we discussed, we've got there's a lot of stuff that comes in, that comes with the game. So you got like a custom card deck, you got custom dice, and lots of other bits and pieces. So let's just take a step back and say, right, okay, when somebody comes along and they want to get involved in Mortem Et Glorium, what are they going to get in their base game, and then how do they move it forward from there?
Okay, so in the standard box set that you referred to, you've got everything you need to play, but nothing more. Okay, right. So I don't want to burden people with more than they absolutely need. So you've got the folder, the printed folder. You've got the inserted rule deck. You've got the quick reference sheets, the laminated quick reference sheets, which, as you say, mainly you don't look at the rule book. You'll mainly look at the QRS, which is a folder of a 4-pager, and you'll mainly look at one of those pages once you get going. And then you've got the 10 custom dice, and you've got the custom card pack. And with that, you've got everything that you need to play. Mm-hmm. If you play a lot, there are some accessories that are really handy. So there are some measuring sticks, some markers for wounds and shatters that you can get, and there's a card holder that you can get. All tidy things up, make things easier, make things match, but they're non-essential. You can actually live without all of them if you want to. Yes. And then you've got all the army.
Yes, all in a very nice shade of purple.
Indeed, I do like purple, as you've noticed. Yes, it's a very, very purple set. Turn the world purple is one of the objectives. So yes, all very purple. So it's interesting, actually. Interesting, actually. I mean, things like, but
at the same time, even in the stuff that kind of nice to have, they do serve a function. Like, for example, it was quite interesting. I found when it was pointed out to us that actually the width of the card holder was actually helped
the
to
deployment zone.
Help sort out your deployment zone.
Yeah, cunning trick that, isn't it? Yes, the card holder turned on its side before you need to use the card holder. Just put it pointing out to give you the deployment distance. Yes.
Yeah.
So it's dual purpose, and all the markers do, and the purple. I mean, I like purple anyway; it's a nice colour. But apart from that, one of the nice things is it doesn't shock too much against green background. It's actually quite relatively subtle colour against it as well. So they tend to look quite good on the table. So all of those are very useful extras. So if you're going to play it a lot, you get serious about it, you really like it, they're well worth having because they're not expensive and they just flesh out the game and make it all a bit easier.
Yeah, but
the rest
and it is rather nice the fact that you see got movement sticks and stuff, but it doesn't include things like protractors. Or these funny angled sticks for measuring turn distances. It's a lot more intuitive than that, isn't it?
Don't need much of that. I mean, it's not a terribly micro game. I think you'll have found. It works in base width. So basically, if you're between 0 and 1 base width somewhere, that's basically it. You don't need to be. There's no microns in it really. There's very little micro measurement in the game. And there's very little funny sort of conforming problems and stuff like that you get in some games. They're all removed. So you don't need any more than's in the box set. And then you'll want the army builder and the army list. They're all sitting online. Okay. Yeah. So you can download them and they're gradually going to be released over the coming few years. So we managed to get nearly 90, I think, classical lists out at launch. So there's a good batch of lists to look at already.
Yeah.
And the Dark Age lists are all going to be out for Christmas. I think there's about 60 of those coming out, which is going to be a real fun period in this because it brings Dark Ages to life, actually, through a characteristic called Shield Walls. Just a reminder, we should talk about characteristics briefly before we finish. Quite an important topic. So all of that sits online, and all of that is free for life forever if you buy one of the 300 Spartan initial starter sets, of which there are only about 100 left. So they're going through word of mouth, and we're about to start advertising properly. Everything so far has been done through Facebook and word of mouth because I didn't have secure supply of product for various reasons. But we've got our stock of 1,000 sets came in last week. So the first proper adverts go out in the War Games magazines in October.
Right.
So if you do the Spartan set, everything's free for life. So in a way, for the £40 starter set, which has got all that stuff in it anyway, you're getting every single army list forever for nothing. And everything else that's on the Ancient Zone as well. So there's refights and campaign settings and such things. And for the rest, beyond the Spartan set, it's all going to be free until the end of 2017. And then there's going to be a small modest subscription system for access to everything on the Ancient Zone. Just done as a one-off annual amount, and that will give you access to absolutely everything. And I'm going to keep that down as low as we possibly can as a number, basically.
Right.
So whatever you do, if you compared it to the sets where you buy all the ancient, all the army list books, it's going to be half the price, I would say, as the game probably at that. When you stack it up.
And of course, you still got this thing of flexibility of turning around and going, well, hang on a second. As more armies come out, you discover that you need to do a bit of rebalancing, and it gives you the option of doing that.
Exactly. I mean, it's very difficult as a writer and an author to get everything right. In fact, it's impossible. What you need to do is put it out there in a form where you can adapt. Because there's nothing like getting it tested by hundreds or thousands of players. And no amount of testing amongst a group of 5 or 10 is going to find everything. And you can't test all the armies. So it's really important to be adaptable and be able to adjust. So to be able to adjust the point system, the army list, is really important to me. Because you can very easily create super armies. And a lot of rule sets, you end up with just a small number of armies being viable, which is a real shame. Whereas so far in this, of the 89 armies that are out there, I think 45 have been used. And they've all been viable, and of the rest, they look pretty viable as well. So we need to sort of keep it that way. So I don't want to bring out a set of army lists where we suddenly discover, oh dear, we've made the Swiss invincible, but we've no means of changing it. I want to be able to issue something saying, well, we've reissued the Swiss army list. There you go. It's redone. It's now in balance with the rest of the rules. Cool. So yeah, all quite important stuff.
Okay, so you just mentioned, we need to come back to characteristics. So let's come back to characteristics then.
Yeah, that's an excellent cue. Well done. No, characteristics goes back to the field point. One of the things I wanted to get away from was to classifying all the troops too much in terms of their gadgetry and then them all being the same. So if you're not careful, you've got loads of different cavalry armies, and they're basically man with bow and sword on horse.
Yeah.
Which is really under-characterized entirely. So I wanted to put, in addition to the standard stuff, have a series of characteristics in the rules. So the shatter thing I mentioned earlier on is a result of one of them. Shove for the phalanxes, things that feel very real. So there are about 20 characteristics actually in the rules that troops can gather or add to their other paraphernalia, which bring them to life in a really interesting way. And it's those characteristics, I think, that really bring the troop types out for the different armies. And the other bit that's within it that's a bit similar is in the troop classifications. I always, for years with ancients, struggled with things like Roman auxilia or Hunnic cavalry, because they're really dual-purpose troops, but the rules tend to not reflect that. They tend to classify them as one thing or another thing and get stuck. So I invented the concept of flexibles. So flexibles are a troop type which can actually switch between two forms. So foot flexibles can switch between operating in close formation or in loose formation. And mounted flexibles can switch between loose formation and skirmish formation. So when you combine these with characteristics, you get really interesting ways of modelling, in inverted commas, a Hunnic army or a Roman army. Because the Roman armies with lots of auxiliary are full of flexible foot, who can fight very effectively in woodlands and forests and trees and rough, but equally, if you chuck them in the open, can form themselves up in tight order more like legionaries. And the Hunnic cavalry can spend their time roaming around as skirmishers and form up for a final charge. So the combination of characteristics and things, and characteristics got all sorts of interesting stuff in them. So you've things ranging from feigned flight, which is good for all of the Mongol Arabic armies and encourages enemy troops to charge. Shoot and charge, a really interesting one, because that really is what makes Byzantine cavalry effective in Meg. And in a lot of rule sets, the whole Byzantine cavalry group have been pretty weak, when in historical reality they were rather good.
Yeah.
And they had a style of fighting which was to ride up, fire a volley, and charge. Mass volley and charge. And they were almost a combined exercise. So there's a characteristic that reflects that, which proves quite effective and brings those cavalry to life. Shield wall is a characteristic that brings the Dark Ages to life. It's a resilient form of line which is more able to resist the shatter type charges. So it reflects the Dark Ages era really nicely and sort of gives it a bit of spark when a lot of times Dark Ages is really quite a dull period in ancient history. This is actually quite interesting as a period in ancient history. And the last bit that does it is the game system as it's set up makes it really, really easy to have mixed tugs. So you can have different troop types in a single unit in inverted commas. So some game systems make that extremely hard to do because of the way the mechanics work. But in this system, it's very, very easy. So then you can actually do some very realistic things, such as if you're playing a Viking army, you can have a Bondi spearman with effectively an attached base of berserkers in the line, which is very often how they operated, with little attachments of berserkers. Or you can have your Swiss pikemen, who at the front have got handguns, but they're all in the same tug. They all operate as part of the same group. So that works well. It works well for things like samurai, a big period of history I like. You can have the samurai with a tug with 3 samurai on the front rank and 6 bases of followers behind them, which is actually exactly how they fought. So that's another little asset of the system. It makes it very, and those are they're very easy to manage. You know, they're not complex.
Samurai fan.
Yeah. Yes. So there's a lot in there. So what you find, people have said a lot and have played some of the armies. Said, I really feel the difference between the armies. So in this set of rules, if you go back to the man on the horse with the bow and a sword, if you take the Huns versus the Ottomans versus the Byzantines versus the early samurai, they're actually all men with bow on horses, but they're radically different in Mortem Et Glorium in how they play because of the characteristics.
Yeah. Which is how it should be.
Yes, I believe so. I would have done it, of course. But I think I think it's creating. I mean, it is a shame in a period where the attraction of the period to me is the richness of diversity and character. If you don't capture that in the rules, so it works well. The other interesting thing we've been playing with that's very good as well is because it's base width driven. The whole thing is base width driven. You can play with any basing system. You don't have to have the basing system of DBM or FOG. Yeah, as long as you both agree. As long as you're consistent and you agree. So, for instance, we've got some WAB players playing it with individual figures. And what they do is they define a file as two bases. So the base width in the rule is the width of two figures. You mentioned WAB earlier, I think, didn't you? If you take your WAB buns and put them in foot units of 12 or 16.
Yeah, I think what I've done for Sword and Spear, which is also element based, is buy some Sabo bases off Martin for War bases. I think something like 5x2. Yeah,
that would do it perfectly. But even if you keep them as individual bases, because the system works on skulls and wounds, it's actually quite neat because all that happens is a skull is two bases dead and a wound is one base dead, one figure dead. You know what I mean? So we found some people are playing it. You just use two bases as being a fighting frontage. And then adjust your sizes of units to be that. So you'll have 6 figures of cavalry or maybe 12 figures of foot. And then you just use the dice on those files and then you make a base with being the width of 2 foot bases. 2 foot figures and the whole thing works. So I've had people playing it with WAB armies of 140, 160 figures a side in 28mm WAB figures and really enjoying it just by setting it up that way.
That's a good idea.
And the system works perfectly. So it's quite adaptable.
Right. So you mentioned a website where all this is available.
Yeah, my website that I set up to do all of this, as I go for, is called thewargamezone.org. So if you go to thewargamezone.org, you'll find within it different zones. So the one that's up and running at the moment is the Ancient Zone. So the Ancient Zone has got a big introduction to Mortem Et Glorium on there, so you can find information about it on there. It's got a link to the forum, which anybody's welcome to join. You don't have to have bought anything to join the forum. You can join it. I'll authorize you. You can chat to existing players, find out what they think about it and why they like it. And then there's a whole series of sections on there with historical refights. So the first 2 historical refights are up there, which is the Battle of Raspina, which is where Caesar got surrounded by the Numidians and escaped with about 2/3 of his army. And Battle of Cannae is up there, which you can actually play without any special rules in this. It actually plays out properly because of the way some of the rules work. You can get the falling back of the Gauls and the drawing forward of the Romans to work within the normal rules. So there's a zone which has got historical refights, and we're bringing out one historical refight a month. So gradually over the course of the next few years, we'll end up with 20, 30 historical refights we have to play. There are some fictitious scenario games just to play and replay, which are quite entertaining. So the first one that's up there is an attack on a camp at night. And then there are some campaign settings up there. So the first one is this one about the slave revolts. And by the end of the year, I'll put a 2-person campaign up for Caesar's conquest of Gaul, which people can play out. So these are all resources. So basically what I'm seeing is the wargame zones as being sort of live resource areas for that period of history, which we put more and more high quality content into over time. So much more than just the rules. It'll become almost its own little Ancients magazine area in terms of articles over time.
Yeah.
And then there are other zones. So there's 4 zones up there at the moment. The next one that will go live, fully live, will be the skirmish zone, because I've got a long-standing set of individual figure skirmish rules that work through the ages, which I'm going to put up as a piece of freeware early next year. And then we're now working in the background also on the World War II rules, which should come out, if all goes well, should come out for Christmas 2017, I would think, with 2 parallel sets. One set, which is a sort of tactical set, which will use the sort of Flames of War-sized bases and tanks as an ideal. Mm-hmm. But then the other set, which I'm very excited about, because I've always wanted to do a set like this, is a massive scale version. So it's to do divisional level battles on a tabletop properly. So that's done with a ground scale of 1 foot to 1 mile.
Oh, right. Okay.
So you really are playing out a big battle on a 6x4 table. And the they've got some really interesting twists in them. They also will use a card system to drive some of it. So I can say that now. And the most important thing we're doing in it, I think, if anything, which is bringing them to life, is to actually recreate properly the value of reconnaissance in World War II. Because a lot of games you play in World War II, the reconnaissance isn't terribly important. It's too much a stand-up fight. Whereas in reality, finding out where the enemy was and what the enemy was one of the most important things in the period.
Yeah.
So we've managed to create a rule system where reconnaissance actually matters. And if you don't use your reconnaissance well, you'll tend to get some nasty surprises. So watch this space, but that's going to be pretty exciting. Again, it'll be pretty fast-moving. A tactical set, which has got lots of realism in it. And actually, the team doing that, just going back, is the All Burnley team now. It's myself, Terry Shaw, who I mentioned, who was my doubles partner for a long time. And we worked together originally on Fields of Glory as a pair anyway. And Mark Bevis, who's about as big a World War II guru as you'll find. So the three of us are beavering away in the background on that.
Cool. So basically, this time next year will be a really good time to talk to you again then.
Well, this time next year, you'll probably be able to talk to me again about the skirmish rules and how Mortem Et Glorium is going and the prospects for when the World War II stuff comes out, yes.
And then banished in a state of panic.
Yeah, exactly. And then, I've played around with rule systems for so long. I've got a lot of interesting thoughts in the cupboard about Napoleonic Wars and 7 Years' Wars in terms of rule systems, and I've got some interesting stuff from the English Civil War as well for Renaissance periods, and we've got some interesting stuff for fantasy type stuff, extensions of Mortem Et Glorium as well. So there's all sorts of things, under development and under thought. It's just a matter of how much time it takes to complete them and how soon we'll get them out. But it's not a short journey. I'm hoping I've got a good 20 years ahead of me of developing war games rules for people to enjoy. So, plenty of time to work some interesting stuff out.
Brilliant. Well, Simon, it's been fantastic to chat. Thank you so much for coming on the show.
A pleasure. It's been great fun, actually. It's great fun to chat through things, actually, and just bounce things around a bit. And chatter to people who've clearly played as many different war games and games over the years as I have.
Well, I suppose we know we were those soldiers. Yes.
Yeah, exactly. I'm actually picturing the two of you as rule cabinet as something similar to mine with this massive pile of rule books going back decades.
Yeah. What's the phrase, Mike? Guilty as charged?
Yeah, exactly.
Not guilty. Mine is much more because we have a very open policy on what gets played down the club. And it's very likely that someone will say, anybody fancy a game of? And you go, never played that before? Yeah, sure. Which is why I've run into quite so many odd rule systems over the course of all that.
So you've managed to create the much more economical and sensible communal approach to gathering.
Absolutely.
That's much more sensible. I'm sure my wife Magdalene would think that would be a fantastic idea and see how many I can offload them.
To be fair, we do have a few members who have some very extensive rule libraries.
Oh, yes. Well, that's the way it goes.
Graham is prone to say, what are you going to run this week? Something Renaissance. Okay, what rule set? Oh, don't know yet.
Yeah. And the 12 sets I've got in the cupboard, I haven't quite decided yet.
It'll be something colonial to... I don't know, I've got a rule set here somewhere. Hang on a minute, I'll find one before next week.
Well, that's one of the beauties of our hobby, isn't it? There's so many fascinating periods and so many fascinating niches that you can always find something really interesting to do. So yes, and I'm looking forward to I've got my first full day at the Western Cape War Games Association on October 15th. So I'm looking forward to that, getting my figures out again and playing some games, which will be good.
Brilliant. I mean, actually, that's really thing because it's something I don't know anything at all about. I mean, what is the wargaming situation like in South Africa?
Well, should we ask you next time?
Yeah, ask me next time, I'll know. But I think reasonably buoyant. They've got a reasonably serious circuit of war gamers in Johannesburg, Durban, and Cape Town. So, judging by the circulation list they forwarded to me with the invite, there's a reasonable number of players. And I'm sure we'll be able to create a few more before we finish. it's been great talking to you. So I hope you both get a chance to go and roll some red dice and lots of skulls.
Let's buy a copy of the rules first.
No, yeah, it's quite. So thank you, Simon, for coming on the show, and thank you for. Yeah, so Mortem Et Glorium, it was an unexpectedly pleasurable discovery. It has to be, because you get in you'll get in your head the rules that you like and the rules that you don't. And, you're thinking, okay, right, I wonder what these are going to be like. And then you come across something that is completely unexpected and a real joy. So thank you. It's they have been fantastic to discover, and I'm looking forward to getting to the table. There's not a lot of rules that will immediately get me excited and actually consider playing Ancients competitions, but I am seriously considering actually dipping my toe into Ancients competition circuit playing Meg.
Ho ho! We'll make a spear chucker out of you yet.
Indeed.
Excellent. Well, you do that. I'm sure you'll find plenty of people to have a lot of fun with, and I hope you do. And I hope to see you on the Meg forum, and look forward to more people enjoying the game as we get it out more. It's been a great start. I mean, I've really enjoyed it. I mean, we've now got people playing in all sorts of countries. So we've got the beginnings of communities in the US and France and Greece and Thailand and Israel even. So it's even though it's only word of mouth, it's already got off to quite a few different countries. Finland, sorry, I should forget Finland, Portugal, Spain. So people are starting to play all over the place, and we haven't even marketed it yet. So it's really lovely that pure word of mouth is getting it out to people in the community. And
I'm fully expecting that after this, there will be the usual storm of complaints on Twitter that we've cost people money again.
Oh,
well, that's a fine thing to always be complained about. Excellent.
It's a perennial complaint when we seem to be of late have looked into reviewing things that pique people's interest, and I think this is going to.
Mm.
So, in advance, gentle listener, we're really sorry.
But Simon isn't.
That's a kind apology. It's never a bad thing recommending somebody to something if it's good. So,
no, absolutely. I should be buying a copy.
Yeah, I mean, all I care about most, and I've really enjoyed, is the number of people who've just sent me a message saying it's really fresh, it's really new, and I'm really enjoying it. And actually, you can put everything else aside, really. If people feel that way about it, it's been worth the 2 years of work. Because it's mainly about people getting a really good, enjoyable wargaming experience out of it. And if we can put
something that makes people happy.
Exactly. So it's been lovely to see so many people saying how much they've enjoyed its freshness and the new approaches, and how it's getting them thinking again and bringing them back into ancient wargaming. And I've had a couple of people write to me complaining, just to expand on your costing people money. 2 people sent me emails saying you're a complete swine hole because I've just played an ancient wargame, I love it, and I sold all my ancients last year. I'm now busy painting a Roman army again. It's going to cost me a real fortune. I think somebody wrote and said it's lovely, your rules cost me 40 quid, and the 2 armies I bought cost me 400, and by the time I painted them, it'll be 4,000. Thank you very much.
I've got rid of was some unpainted plastic Victrix Greeks. So the rest of my ancient armies are still sitting in their boxes.
They'll be very glad to see the light of day then, I'm sure.
I think the Parthians are in a bit of shell shock at the moment because they keep being brought out for Kings of War as a Kingdoms of Men army.
Fair enough. Well, very good. It's been great talking to you guys, and I shall look forward to the next time. So yes, let's catch up in a little in a year's time, stay properly, and I'll let you know what's happening next with the war games then, and hopefully have a lot to report on this. And by then we'll probably have the Dark Ages and the Biblical armies all out by then, I would think. Dark Ages by Christmas and Biblical, and just as a little alert as well. I think the computer game version of Mortem Et Glorium is not that far away. I suspect it will be launched by Christmas.
And that'll be on what platform?
It'll be on PC and Apple, so it'll be on both. So it's I am seeing a prototype of it in 2 weeks' time. So
you doing that through Steam or just as downloads on the site?
No, it can be done through Steam. I'm pretty sure.
Oh, cool.
I'm not the guru on that. I've got a nice joint venture with people who know what they're doing, which I totally don't. So I'm a good design. So that should be done. And the board game design is pretty much finished. So I should think that will be, if not available for Christmas, certainly available for Easter. So that is that doesn't need any figures, of course. That's a plate straight out of the box. You can replace the die cut pieces with figures and bases if you've got them and when you've got them. But you get 4 armies in the box, and the game system is exactly the same as the one you've seen already. It's just a simplified version, but it introduces you to the same pack and the same coloured dice used in exactly the same way. And it's on a grid system on a board. It plays in about 45 minutes, and you get the great enemies of Rome. So you get Rome, the barbarian armies of the Gauls, the Parthians from the east, and the slave revolts from the homelands, all in one box. So you get the 4 armies in one box, same basic system. And the other nice twist with it is the board has not got a black edge. It runs right to the edge. So what you can do is you can put 3 boards next to each other and play 3 aside, with one playing the centre and 2 wings. That's quite entertaining.
I think the phrase "sold" speaks to mind.
Yeah, look at it. It's certainly very entertaining, and one of the lovely things I did with it is I played it at schools with people kids who played any sort of game, Warhammer games or Star Wars games, and pretty universally they really loved it. So it was really nice to get a bunch of kids playing ancient wargaming and going, "Oh, this is quite fun being Julius Caesar. Quite enjoying this." Yeah.
In that case, we might have to get you back on the show even sooner to talk about the board game.
Well, that might be okay. Well, once the board game community get ready, yeah, absolutely. We should have because it completes the triangle. That's one of the ambitions: complete the triangle of. So this becomes the first. I don't know what we would call it. What would be that? A CompuBoard war game. I don't know. puts all 3 together.
Brilliant stuff.
Command and Colours has sort of got close in that
2 out of 3, I think.
Well, there's never been a formal wargame version of it, but the number of people who take 6mm troop blocks on Callisto Hexon terrain is quite large. And there is the 2 online versions for Memoir 44 and for Battle Law.
Yes, indeed.
Yes.
So it's one of the components of it, yeah.
Yeah, but yeah, brilliant stuff. Well, as I say, Simon, it's been it's been a pleasure to talk to you, mate. Thank you so much for coming on the show.
It must have been. We managed 2 hours 24 minutes, according to my.
Yes, I know.
we've had a good time. Well, best wishes from the Western Cape.
Fantastic stuff, and we look forward to speaking to you soon. Take care.
I look forward to it. Take care, guys. Bye bye.
Okay.
So, we've reached the end of another show. I hope you've enjoyed our chats. Slightly different in several ways. I think everyone would agree a fairly uncontroversial news segment. Maybe-ish.
What's fun after?
Yeah, well, indeed. And Simon Hall, what a nice chap.
As I said at the time, is called Simon, has written an ancient rule set with an interesting activation system. What a surprise!
Indeed. Oh, talking of which, did you see that particular Simon?
Yes, I did.
Yes, playtesting to the strongest ECW variant.
Tasty.
Ooh. Very nice. Saw that on Facebook the other day. I thought, yeah, very good. And of course, if you wanted to play ECWs, you could always get them as dwarves from the Macrocosm Dwarf at Arms Kickstarter.
Or you could play it in 1-to-1 scale with Garden Gnomes.
What? ECW?
Don't you remember our Garden Gnomes? They were very ECW looking.
Oh, I just thought they looked like Garden Gnomes.
Whilst they're whittling away and talking rubbish, it's time for us to say goodbye now from the Meeples and Miniatures podcast. Neil, put your jacket on, the one with the long sleeves that go on your back.
Thanks for saving us, Mick.
No, Jack, I don't want to go.
And this is why we don't get many games done on a Thursday night.
I'll just sit here in a corner with my piece of cake.
Bit late in the evening for cake, isn't it?
And my 2 large boxes of Conan figures.
Git.
One for the fact that I can't be crying, I'd be grinding my teeth now.
Careful, Mr. Whitaker, he'll be sending you the bill. You caused me to break my temporary crown. Oh, dear me. Right, let's get out of here, shall we?
Oh, please. We've tried twice already.
So, just want to say thank you to, first off, thank you to you, listener, congratulations for getting this far. Thank you very much for listening. I hope you've enjoyed the show and you found it entertaining and informative. Thank you to my fellow co-hosts for joining me this evening. Thank you to the Luffmeister.
Yep. Cheers.
Nice to have you on for, I don't know, 3rd show on the trot, Dave. I think this is brilliant. Brilliant. Nice to have you, mate. Thank you to the Phantom Cake Snatcher.
Sorry about that. Yeah, you were saying?
His mouth full of cake.
Thank you.
And thank you once again to the Welsh Wizard, without which this publication just wouldn't happen because, if nothing else, he's the organised one, Randy.
Won't go that far.
In the meantime, I'm going to say thank you all for listening once again. You take care of yourselves, happy gaming, and we shall speak to you all really soon.
Bye now.
Bye.
You don't want to say goodbye, Dave?
Oh, sorry. Yeah, stay lucky. Unlike your dice rolling now.
You just had to go there, didn't you? You just had to go there.
Dave?
Yeah.
Where do babies come from?
Oh, dear.
What?
Thank you for listening to the Meeples and Miniatures podcast. If you've enjoyed the show, why not share it with others by leaving us a review on iTunes? And if you have any comments or questions, you can always email the show. The address is info@meeplesandminiatures.co.uk. And you can also visit our webpage, where you'll find a complete episode archive, all the View from the Veranda podcasts, rules reviews, and our blog of hobby items and news, which is updated several times a week. This is also where you'll find the links to our presence on social media, and here you can follow us on Twitter or join our Facebook group. And finally, here you can also find details should you wish to support us by making a donation to the podcast. All this on the Meeples and Miniatures website, www.meeplesandminiatures.co.uk. The Meeples and Miniatures podcast is licensed under a Creative Commons Attribution, Non-Commercial, No Derivatives 3.0 Unported license. Thanks again for listening, and we'll see you in a couple of weeks.